Good morning. It is 8:30, and so I'll call to order the council meeting of Tuesday, March 26th. There is an agenda in front of us. I have one addition. My addition would be under closed session, third-party business, section 16. Are there any other additions to the agenda? Councillor Cunningham.
I would add under council and committee reports, Kneehill Housing, the ASHA Convention, I don't know if you want those rolled into one, and RMA Convention, please.
So 9.1 Kneehill Housing, or 9.2, sorry, 9.3 ASHA Convention, and 9.4 RMA Conference. Any other additions? Councillor Christie.
If not, I'll move the agenda as amended.
Okay, we have a motion to accept the agenda as amended. All those in favor? And that's carried unanimously. All right. The minutes from the regular council meeting of March 12th were pre-circulated. Are there any corrections, errors? If not, take a motion to accept. Councillor McGee.
I move to accept the minutes of March 12th, 2024, regular meeting of council as presented.
Okay, so we have a motion to accept the minutes from the March 12th regular council meeting. All those in favor? And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. Okay, moving on in our agenda, we come to first and foremost 5.1.1, Bylaw 1895 and Bylaw 1896, Land Use Bylaw Amendment to Direct Control. Welcome, Ms. Hazelton, and anytime you are ready.
Perfect. Good morning, Reeve and members of council. I'm bringing to you an application today and this is just the beginning of the process. This is an amendment to our land use bylaw to do 2 direct control districts, DC 7 and DC 8. Waste Connection Canada proposes to develop a Class 2 integrated waste management facility in Kneehill County. The waste management facility is privately operated and is a non-hazardous landfill facility that specializes in the collection, transportation, processing, recycling, treatment, and disposal of various types of waste generated by businesses, industry, commercial, institutional, and agricultural operations, as well as residential communities. Under the Municipal Government Act, applications for the redesignation of lands require a public hearing to be held prior to adopting the bylaw creating the new district. First reading to a proposed bylaw is the mechanism to get an application into the queue. All information and questions regarding the application are to be brought forward at the public hearing so it can be heard by everyone. The public hearing process is a legislative process. As per the Municipal Government Act, council must hear any person or group of persons who claim to be affected by the proposed bylaw. Any landowner who feels they will be impacted by a proposed development, either positively or negatively, will have an opportunity to come and speak about the matter directly at the public hearing. Affected parties can also submit their comments in writing. These comments will be included in the public hearing package for council consideration. Participating in the public hearing is a legislative method to provide your comments to council for consideration. Once a public hearing is closed, no additional information should be considered in the decision-making process. Redesignations are about the proposed use. It is not a permit to develop. Specific details regarding the development will be required to be submitted with their application to develop. Direct control districts are managed differently during the approval process. If the redesignation is successful, council will be the approving development authority for any development application on these lands. The total integrated waste management facility site is 536.86 acres and is situated in section 22924 west of 4 north of Township Road 29-0 and east of Range Road 24-2. The majority of this section falls under the agricultural district. However, a portion of the northwest of 2924 has been designated local rural commercial. To facilitate this development, Waste Connections of Canada is seeking to redesignate the subject site into 2 direct control districts. The DC7 district covers the portion of the site dedicated to the uses required to operate a landfill, consisting of this primary use and including the required critical infrastructure. The DC8 district covers the remainder of the site. The uses in the DC8 district may include some of the critical infrastructure, as well as the potential for some recycling and construction materials waste management. The technical side of this project goes through a rigorous provincial approval process where they must meet the requirements of several acts and regulations. These requirements apply to both the construction standards that must be met, as well as the ongoing operation and closure of the site. Any landfill must go through this process. Waste management facilities are required to construct engineered liners, leachate collection systems, and landfill covers. Groundwater monitoring is mandatory and includes the requirement to report annually their groundwater monitoring results. The provincial government also requires significant monetary surety be posted by the developer for the development, operation, and closure of the site. The majority of the applicable acts have been noted under the relevant legislation section of this request for decision. The process for seeking a suitable site requires the evaluation of various criteria on the provincial side. The selected site must meet strict environmental and geological conditions as outlined in the Environmental Protection and Enhancement Act, the Water Act, standards for landfills in Alberta, and the Waste Control Regulation. Developers also require suitable access, proximity to a highway, a willing landowner, and they consider the planning documents of the host municipality. Ideal sites would be located well away from residential uses. A Class 2 non-hazardous landfill handles solid waste and typically includes municipal solid waste and certain types of industrial, construction, institutional waste, and agricultural waste that is considered non-hazardous in accordance with provincial legislation. The waste that they are proposing to receive will be a combination of local waste and waste from private contracts. The first step in their approval process is the redesignation of lands. If they are successful in this application, they will begin their application process with the provincial regulators. They will need to have their provincial approval prior to submitting a development permit to the county. It should be noted that there are several opportunities throughout the required processes for landowner participation. The proposed site is currently owned by 3 private landowners. These landowners have agreed to sell their land for this project. If successful in this redesignation, the lands will be reorganized and swapped to allow for the ownership of the contiguous 536 acres by Waste Connections. The developer will be required to upgrade the access road to the site as well as the intersection of Highway 21. Additional high-level information regarding this proposed development will be provided through the public hearing process. Site-specific details and any information required for provincial approvals will be submitted and dealt with through the development permit process. Again, there are no financial implications to the operating budget. If successful in their development, additional tax revenue will become part of our overall assessment. So we are looking for first reading to 2 specific bylaws, both of which have been attached. We have Bylaw 1895, which is the DC7 district, and there is a site plan attached to each one of those bylaws. And we also have attached Bylaw 1896, which is for the DC8 district. So we're looking for first reading for that, as well as the scheduling of the public hearing, which will be for both bylaws.
Okay, thank you for that. Any questions, discussion, comment? Councillor Forbes. Carrie, we're not hearing you at all, so.
Can you hear me?
We did now, yep.
Okay. You state that the majority of the applicable acts have been noted under the relevant legislation section. Is there something that hasn't been listed that we should know about?
No, we just have pulled out the majority of what they have to do from the provincial side, the acts that they fall under. It would still be to our land use bylaw and municipal development plan, those documents also, but those are listed as well.
Okay, any other question or comment? Councillor Cunningham?
Just more of a history lesson for me. I noticed that a portion of it was redesignated to local rural commercial. Can you tell me more about that and when that happened? Like, what was the premise for that?
I'm not sure the date. It would have been quite a number of years ago, and they do have a butcher shop, I believe, on their property.
Any other questions or comment? Discussion? Councillor Cunningham?
Again, sorry, just more of a learning thing for me. So if this land is redesignated to direct control, and if they do not receive provincial or county approval, then that land stays as direct control, or does it have to go back to agriculture land?
It can stay as direct control, or it can be reverted back, and it would be up to the landowner.
Okay, any other questions or discussion? So we recognize this is the beginning of a fairly lengthy process as far as redesignation is concerned, and even if it's redesignated, then after that it goes into a lot more complicated process, correct?
Correct. Yes, it will be quite lengthy.
So the redesignation is the first step that's required for them even to begin the process.
Correct.
Any other comments or questions? Councillor Penner.
Just a comment, just that this is for the redesignation. This is not giving approval to this.
Correct. So it's just about the use and whether or not this is a use that could be considered on these lands. And then there's still the majority, the bulk of everything is still to come. This is just that first step.
Councillor Cunningham.
Just to follow up a bit on what Councillor Penner said, just so people are aware too, that this does not negate the process of public opinions and hearings. So this is the first step in, I think it says the public hearing will be held April 23rd if this gets first reading. So just so people are aware, they will have a chance.
Oh, absolutely. And throughout the provincial side as well, there's opportunity.
Any other questions or comments? If not, I'd be wondering what council wishes to do. So, Deputy Reeve, Whitstock.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would move that council give first reading to proposed bylaw 1895 for the purpose of amending land use bylaw 1808 by redesignating northeast of 2-29-24 west of 4, portions of northwest 2, 29-24 west of 4, southeast of 2, 29-24 west of 4, and southwest of 2, 29-24 west of 4, from agriculture district to direct control district 7.
Okay, thank you for that. So we have a motion to move first reading of the proposed bylaw 1895. Any further conversation, discussion, questions? Okay, just so we're clear, I'll reread the motion. Deputy Whitstock moved that first reading of proposed bylaw 1895 for the purpose of amending land use bylaw 1808 by redesignating the northeast 2, 29-24 west of 4, and portions of northwest 2, 29-24 west of 4, southeast 2, 29-24 west of 4, and southwest 2, 29-24 west of 4, from agriculture district to direct control district 7. Okay, so we all know what the question will be. So I'm going to ask the question. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Thank you. So we would need a couple other motions if we're going to move forward on this item. Councillor Christie.
I'd make the motion to hold first reading of the proposed bylaw 1896 for the purpose of amending the land use bylaw 1808 by redesignating portion of the northwest of 2,
2924 west of the 4th, and the southwest of 2, 2924 west of the 4th, from agricultural district and local rural commercial district to district control district 8.
Okay, thank you for that. So we have another motion on the floor. Is there any further discussion or comment? Any further discussion? Again, just so we're clear on the motion, Councillor Christie moved first reading of proposed bylaw 1896 for the purpose of amending land use bylaw 1808 by redesignating portions of the northwest 2, 2924 west of 4 and the southwest 2, 2924 west of 4 from agriculture district and local rural commercial district to direct control district 8. All right, we're clear. I'm going to ask the question. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Thank you. Councillor Penner.
I make the motion that council move to schedule a public hearing for bylaw 1895 and 1896 as per section 216.4 and 692 of the Municipal Government Act to be held on April 23rd, 2024 at 10 a.m. here at the office.
Okay, so we have a motion regarding the public hearing. Any further discussion or comment? I'm not seeing any, so again, just to be clear, Councillor Penner moved to schedule the public hearing for bylaw 1895 and 1896 as per section 216.4 and 692 of the Municipal Government Act to be held on April 23rd, 2024 at 10 a.m. So we're clear. I'm going to ask the question. All those in favor? And that's carried unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
And thank you, Ms. Hazelton. I'm sure we'll see you again. All right. Moving on in our agenda, we will go to 5.3.1, annual appointment of fire guardians, and welcome Ms. Grosfield. And anytime you're ready.
Thank you, Council. Today I'm bringing to you the annual appointment of fire guardians. The recommended motion is there. We do have one change with the Three Hills Fire Department. Ken Cinnamon is not going to be a fire guardian, and Chris Evans is going to be. So relevant legislation, so we have the Forest and Prairie Protection Act that requires councils of municipal districts to appoint for no longer than one term or 1 year the appropriate number of fire guardians to enforce the act within the boundaries of the MD, except that part of the MD that is within a forest protection area. We are not in a forest protection area. So we also have a bylaw that states the process in which we get the recommendations for the fire guardians, and that is laid out in bylaw 1770. And it's a recommendation from each of the fire departments to the CAO or designate as per the bylaw. Administrative staff can also issue fire permits should a volunteer fire department member not be available. The Fire Protection Act also says that the CAO or the chief elected officials can also issue those permits, but we deem it as an administrative function, and so councillors are not set up with fire permitting accounts. And then again, should the fire guardians leave their respective department or a position at Kneehill County, their appointment would be revoked. Fire permits this year issued by fire guardians. So we do that to maintain control of burning throughout the county. Last year, we actually had quite an extended fire ban that was put on. And but we still processed 722 permits in 2023. So it was about the same as last year. That also includes the transfer sites also need fire permits to burn the rubble pits. And so those are done on every other week or so. The advantage of having all districts permit, it just takes that administrative weight off of one person at Kneehill County. And the advantage of permitting to be completed by each district allows for the fire department and dispatch notification of the approvals of those burns. So that's why we have year-round permitting. It just helps with notification so that the fire departments aren't being called out unnecessarily. Fire guardians are appointed through our council. However, we do not compensate them. They would be compensated through their own municipality should they choose. And customer service has helped with many ratepayers with the online system if necessary, and IT and records management also maintain our fire permitting system. So council options are to appoint the fire guardians as recommended to March 31st, 2025. Again, with that change of in the Three Hills grouping, to amend the fire guardian appointments, or to have administration research further options for council information.
Okay, any discussion or comment? Councillor Benner.
Just a question, compliance or warning letters, how have we been with ratepayers? Are they complying for the most part, or are there still a few knock on the doors, you must get a permit?
Through the reeve. We actually issued a couple fines last year for illegal burns. So I think there was 4 fines that we issued, if my memory serves me correctly.
Okay, no, thanks, that's unfortunate, but there's a process that has to be
Yeah,
done, so.
for sure.
Okay, any other question or comment? If none, what's the wish of council? Councillor Cunningham.
I'll move that council appoint the following as fire guardians for the issuance of fire permits to March 31st, 2025, with the change, the deletion of Ken Cinnamon and the addition of Chris Evans.
Okay, no, that's good. So basically the motion is saying we're going to appoint the fire guardians as listed with the amendment from Ken Cinnamon to Chris Evans in Three Hills. So we all understand what we're doing? Okay, any further discussion? Not seeing any, so I'm going to ask the question. All those in favor of the motion to appoint the following as fire guardians? And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. And thank you, Ms. Grossfield. Okay, we're moving on in our agenda, and at this point, we would be at 6.1, the fourth quarter report and preliminary operating and capital budget results. And welcome, Ms. Von Merbach. Nice to see you again.
Good morning. Nice to see you all as well. So today I'm bringing forward the fourth quarter variance report, which provides for preliminary operating and capital budget results for 2023. And the purpose of this report is to report on the 2023 operating budget performance, report on the operating budget projects which were approved within 2023, report on the status of all 2023 capital projects, and also provide some other supplemental information on key financial indicators for the municipality. This report represents the unaudited financial position of the county as compared to the budget for 2023. The figures in this report are unaudited. However, no major adjustments are anticipated prior to the completion of the 2023 audit. Final operating results will be reported within the annual audited financial statements. And I just would note that this report is based on a cash basis, whereas the financial statements are prepared on an accrual basis. So there are some variations of presentation, but not the core results of the actual county's operating year. So there's various appendices that are attached to this report, and I'm going to speak to each of them in order. The first one is Appendix A, which is the operating budget summary by function. So the purpose of this schedule is to provide council with a corporate summary of the operating budget for the year and provide explanations of favorable or unfavorable variances. This portion is going to talk about Appendix A. I'm also going to talk about Appendix B, which is something we haven't historically really discussed. Appendix B will talk about department results, and it will also highlight things that have been adjusted within the 2024 budget in alignment with some 2023 trending. So the total net forecasted surplus prior to any recommended adjustments within this report, anticipates a surplus of $3,096,563. There are a couple primary drivers of this surplus that have related to that. The first is $1.3 million in higher than budgeted investment returns. The total investment return variance is actually $2.3 million. However, $946,000 of that was contributed into reserves during the second quarterly report of the year. The investment return budget was intentionally not adjusted in alignment with current interest rates when we did the 2023 budget, as a precursor to the new reserve strategy where returns in excess of budget are contributed into reserves for long-term sustainability. So we kind of anticipated that there would be a surplus related with firm investment returns and that those funds would be contributed back to reserves. We just hadn't gotten far enough within the reserve strategy to formally do that prior to 2023 happening. The second component of the surplus that really has made up the majority of it is $990,000 in salaries and wages, which is primarily due to higher than normal vacancies. It relates to multiple unanticipated vacancies and absences during the year, including seasonal positions which were not able to be filled. While the scope of this variance is an anomaly, administration further adjusted the turnover allowance in the 2024 budget to draw greater alignment between budgeted and actual results. There's also a surplus related to the sale of capital equipment of about $350,000. Again, within this report, this is recommended to be contributed back into reserves. We typically just have within the budget $100,000 of anticipated revenue from these sales and a $100,000 contribution, and anything over and above that, we end up recommending to be contributed back to reserves. And that's just a way that we kind of streamline the budget each year, and so that number doesn't fluctuate year to year depending on what assets are being up for sale that year. The remaining $400,000 surplus is comprised of multiple smaller scale surpluses and deficits spread across various budget lines and departments, and equates to approximately 1.25% of the county's overall budget. I'd remind council that somewhere between 2 and 5% is sort of that optimal variance when you're looking at an operating budget, so that you're not operating on really razor thin margins where you're at risk of one major event throwing everything off for the year. But these trends and all these things that I'm going to speak to in the following sections really helped us draft the 2024 budget and were taken into consideration as we adjusted things going into 2024. So with that kind of the high level where that surplus is generated from, I can kind of speak to where our revenue surpluses are sitting at and our adjustments are.
My assumption is that if there's a question, they're going to jump in as you're presenting, so.
Absolutely. Please do. So there's a $2.6 million revenue surplus that's a favorable variance, and it consists of licenses and permits, which has a $4,200 unfavorable variance, which relates to development and safety code permits. A $43,000 favorable variance related to agricultural services grant programming from the province. $104,000 favorable related to other revenue. This includes $90,000 related to oil field water access agreements, $11,000 related to various processing charges and miscellaneous revenues, and $4,000 from a donation to the Torrington Fire Department. Sales of goods and services has a $386,000 variance, favorable variance. $163,000 relates to water distribution charges and bulk water usage, for which there's an offsetting unfavorable expenditure variance of $98,000 related to the purchase of water for resale. There's a $118,000 favorable variance related to the dust control program. Again, there's an unfavorable expenditure variance of $55,000 related to the chemical applied. I'd just note when we do dust control that the chemical applied is one component of our cost analysis when we set those dust control rates. So that unfavorable variance isn't a direct line because there's things like wages and stuff like that also that are included within that cost analysis. There's $36,000 favorable related to oil field inspection fees, $23,000 favorable for protective services programming, $20,000 favorable related to the sale of scrap metal, $11,000 related to campground revenues, $10,000 related to revenue obtained through the Growing Kneehill event, and $5,000 favorable related to other small variances, including paid parking, tax notification fees, map sales, and cemetery plot sales. With sales to other governments, there's $9,200 favorable, relates to agreements with urban municipalities. There's a $5,400 unfavorable variance related to rental income due to lower than budgeted land lease and snow plowing revenues. There's a $22,000 favorable variance on penalties and fines, which relates to penalties and fines on taxes. An $18,000 favorable variance related to property taxes. And this just relates to tax adjustments due to assessment shifts that have happened during the year between when we set budget and set tax rates and what had been levied during the year. Special taxes and frontage has a $43,000 favorable variance. So this relates to riser fees for water lines, which are received but not included within the approved budget. So we never quite know exactly who's going to connect through the year. And so we don't actually budget for those connections, but we typically then at the end of every year recommend that that money gets funded back into the reserves for long-term sustainability of those water systems. There's $2.3 million favorable related to return on investments. Again, the prime interest rate resulted in higher than budgeted returns on the investments. 946,000 of these returns were contributed into the Revenue Stabilization Reserve during the Q2 financial report. And Appendix C also includes a recommendation to contribute the remaining surplus of $1,354,734 related to this revenue into both the Revenue Stabilization and Infrastructure Reserve for future mitigation of budget pressures and long-term sustainability of infrastructure. There's a $577,000 unfavorable variance related to transfers from reserves. This actually represents money that wasn't utilized for operating projects, further details of which can be found in Appendix D, and additional discussion will follow within this report. Effectively, that money that wasn't transferred from reserves will be recommended to be carried forward for 2024 so that those projects can be finished within 2024. And then there's the $354,000, which is favorable related to capital equipment plan sales. Again, in Appendix C, there's a recommendation to contribute those back into the capital equipment plan for future purchase of those types of assets. With that said, I'll move on unless there are any questions. I'll go on to expenditures.
So any questions at this point? I'm not seeing any, so I think you're good.
Wonderful. So there's a $399,000 favorable variance within expenditures that's comprised of $170,000 favorable related to contract goods and services. This includes some favorable and unfavorable variances, which have netted together. There's $220,000 unfavorable related to contracted shop repairs, primarily related to significant unplanned repairs on graders. There's $30,000 unfavorable in planning department inspection fees. $133,000 favorable related to professional contracted services. $100,000 favorable in training and development. A significant portion of this is related to ongoing position vacancies, which has also resulted in a variance within salaries and wages. There's $33,000 favorable for major maintenance initiatives, $33,000 favorable relating to advertising and PR expenditures, $32,000 favorable related to insurance costs, $31,000 related to building repairs and maintenance, $25,000 related to postage and telephone expenditures due to some changes in our internal processes, $20,000 favorable related to Explore Kneehill programming, $9,000 related to land care programming, and $4,000 related to other small variances across multiple departments and functions.
So just before you leave there, so the 133 favorable in professional contracted services, that's just services that we didn't contract and therefore didn't expend the money.
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Phobes, go ahead. Yep. Yes, Councillor Phobes.
Okay, so before you move on, could you just explain the 30,000 unfavorable in the planning department inspection fees? I had a question on this one, so if you could just clarify that.
Through the chair, there's some timing differences between when some of the planning inspection services happen and when those bills come out. So sometimes it's kind of hard to track where that's going to land within the year. And this year, those costs ended up hitting this year and were just higher than budgeted. And we did amend that within this year's budget to kind of better track that, and also have some discussions about how we look at future planning for those, given the time lag that happens between when some of those revenues come in and the expenditures are incurred.
Follow up at all, Councillor Phobes, or? She's good? Thank you.
They relate to safety code permitting type things. So there's a time difference between when some of that initially happens and the end result happens as well.
Okay. I don't see any other questions, so please feel free to go on.
There's a $652,000 unfavorable variance related to materials, goods, supplies, and utilities. This includes $396,000 unfavorable in shop supplies, primarily related to increased costs of parts and significant repair work on specific units. $107,000 unfavorable for weed control chemicals. $98,000 unfavorable related to water for resale, for which there's that offsetting positive revenue variance of $163,000. $92,000 unfavorable related to utility department supplies. $55,000 unfavorable for dust control materials, again, for which there's that offsetting revenue variance of $118,000. There's $54,000 unfavorable related to fuel, $60,000 favorable related to culverts, $34,000 favorable related to utilities, $27,000 related to road network supplies, $24,000 related to general goods and supplies across various departments, and $5,000 favorable related to the operation of park sites.
So can we kind of simplify this process to say that if it's unfavorable, we've expended more than we anticipated, and if it's favorable, we expended less than we anticipated?
Yes, that's correct.
For varying reasons.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Phobes?
So sorry. To the 55,000 of unfavorable for dust control material, is it because the material they put down wasn't the quality that they required? And was there something that could be refunded on the chemical side of where they purchased it from?
Through the chair, no, it's when you have such a positive revenue variance, that often means that we're going to need to purchase more materials than we anticipated. So the budget would have been set based on the amount of materials required to get that much revenue. And when there's significantly more revenue, then there's going to be higher expenditures on those materials in order to provide that service.
So basically, we had more requests for dust control than we anticipated, and therefore we needed to buy additional material to put the dust control down.
That's correct.
So we had higher revenue than anticipated, but also offsetting higher costs.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions at this point? Councillor Cunningham.
So a question in terms of the 54,000 unfavorable for the fuel, the 396 in shop supplies and 220 in shop repairs. Are we, because of these overages, are we seeing a decrease in service levels to our ratepayers? So like, are we seeing less grader activity, or that's just a concern that I have been brought to me?
Mr. Zier, if you would like. Go
Sure,
ahead.
thank you. So through the chair, no, we were able to maintain our current service levels with the equipment that we had. We were able to adapt some of our maintenance programs to cover the areas that these graders were down during certain times. Actually, it was beneficial, if you can call it beneficial, that the grader repairs happened during the winter, so there was less need for them for the maintenance program. As I mentioned before, this was really an anomaly year, I think, for us. We definitely increased our budgets both for the shop supplies and the contractor services for this year coming up, but not to the level that we see here, because I think the amount of repairs that we did on here, we haven't seen anywhere in the past year. So it was just a unfortunate year for that sort of thing.
So, just a follow-up, I guess, is this partly a consequence of trying to stretch the life of those graders?
And through the chair, that's something that we're really quickly determining, I think, is part of the effects of stretching out some of that. As you know, we are actively promoting and working on our asset management program, which will really hone down our costs and attributing, finding our best return on investment for these pieces of equipment, determining, as we look at our counterparts in the industry or in municipal government, it's all across the board as far as when they replace a certain piece of equipment. We want to see with our current conditions here what our best replacement strategy is on these sort of things. So I do anticipate that's the reasoning behind some of this, but we don't have the data behind it as this time to verify that. We're doing best practices at this time.
Okay, thank you for that. Are there any other questions at this point? Okay, I think you're good to go on, if you would, please.
Absolutely. The next item is salaries, wages, and benefits, which has a $991,000 favorable variance. This relates to $625,000 related to vacancies in permanent positions, $200,000 related to seasonal vacancies, $103,000 related to a duplication of merit funding in the original budget, $62,000 related to employee turnover, and $1,000 related to council reimbursement. Provision for allowances has a $155,000 favorable variance, which relates to lower than anticipated tax cancellations. I will note that that was adjusted within the 2024 budget in alignment with what our anticipation will be for 2024. And I'll also note that a few years ago was $1.1 million, and we've seen significant improvements on our tax collection rates, which has allowed it to drop down to $100,000 in our 2024 budget. There's $3,900 favorable related to water commission payments, $39,000 favorable related to transfers to other governments, which represents unallocated funding and variances in actual expenditures as compared to what was anticipated during the budget process. There's $33,000 favorable related to transfers to individuals and organizations. This relates to underutilized council programming. $25,000 of this relates to an approved allocation to the Kneehill Historical Society. And so one of the motions within, one of the recommendations within Appendix C and also within Motion 3 is to transfer that money into a reserve and then allow that money to be drawn out of the reserve when that payment's made to the Historical Society. So that allows those funds to be carried forward basically from 2023 and then utilized and paid out in 2024. There's a $541 favorable variance related to transfers to local boards and agencies. It's just small variances in actual funds distributed versus what was budgeted. There's a $946,000 unfavorable variance related to contributions to reserves. However, because this is a contribution to reserve line, it really represents $946,000, which was contributed to reserves that we didn't anticipate. And again, that was related to investment returns during the Q2 report. There's $577,000 favorable relating to operating projects. Again, these are ones that were not completed throughout the year, and further details can be found in Appendix D. And the anticipation is to carry forward that funding into 2024 so that those projects can be completed. And then there's a $26,000 favorable variance related to gravel inventory projects. This relates to the cost for crushing gravel every year.
Okay, are there any questions at this point? I'm not seeing any, so I think you're good to move on.
Perfect. So I'm going to go on to Appendix B, and again, so this is the same, it shows the same surplus number, but it's broken out by department rather than by function. And so this section, I'm going to just kind of highlight the high-level things that have affected each department, whether they've got positive or negative variances. And I'll also speak to any significant adjustments that were made within the 2024 budget in response to those trends that were noted. So the first item is council. There's a $66,000 unfavorable variance in revenues there. This relates to reserve funding that was not utilized for the strategic initiatives operating project. And then there's $110,000 favorable related to operating project funding within expenditures that includes operating project not utilized. lower than anticipated budgeted IT support due to a change in the contractor, and having not used a facilitator to update their strategic plan. There's no significant adjustments made within the 2024 budget in relation to 2023 trending, as the identified trends were deemed unlikely to recur in 2024. In corporate items with revenue, there's a $2.4 million favorable variance. Again, that relates to the higher than budgeted investment returns, which are recommended to be contributed into reserves in alignment with the forthcoming reserve strategy.
Okay, Councillor Forbes, you had a question? Sorry, Carrie, we're not hearing you.
Yes, I'm trying to get everything hooked up here, sorry. Never mind, I'll come back to it, sorry, I just can't find where my screen went, sorry, I'll come back.
Okay, just give us a wave. Go ahead, Marika.
Within corporate items in expenditures, there's a $420,000 unfavorable variance. Again, this includes that additional contribution to the revenue stabilization reserve related to investment returns. It's also partially offset by a favorable variance without provisions for allowances and operating project funding, which was not utilized. In terms of 2024 budget adjustments, that provision for allowances was reduced in alignment with 2023 trending, as we think that that is a sustainable trend that we observed in 2023. The Office of the CAO has no revenues associated with that area and has a $44,000 favorable expenditure variance, which primarily relates to advertising and public relations. And again, no significant adjustments were made in relation to 2023 trending, as the trends weren't determined to be ongoing and sustainable into 2024. Corporate services has a $100,000 unfavorable revenue variance. This relates to reserve transfers that weren't utilized. And that relates to the IT master plan project, again, which is recommended to be carried forward into this year. There's $386,000 favorable related to corporate services and expenditures, primarily relating to salaries and wages due to vacant positions, training and development, which was not utilized due to those vacant positions and staffing shortages, postage and IT service contracts due to a change in the contractor. In terms of 2024, postage was decreased in alignment with 2023 trending. In transportation, there's a $196,000 favorable revenue variance, which primarily relates to higher than budgeted dust control and water access agreement revenues. There's $290,000 unfavorable in terms of expenditures, which includes costs related to significant unplanned failures on equipment, fuel, and dust control chemicals in alignment with higher than anticipated revenues. There's also an offsetting favorable variance related to salaries due to vacant positions and unfilled seasonal roles. For the 2024 budget, dust control and water access agreement revenue budgets were increased with alignment with the sustainable portion of 2023 trending. So they weren't increased quite to the amount that they saw in 2023, but they were increased in terms of what we anticipate to continue in 2024. Repair costs were increased in alignment with higher costs for parts, but not with the expectation of the volume of significant unplanned failures. So the budgets were increased, but not to the volume that we went over in 2023, because we don't anticipate that to continue. Environmental services has a $187,000 favorable revenue variance. This primarily relates to increased water sales as well as water connection fees. And again, the latter of which is recommended to be transferred to reserves in Appendix C. There's a $10,000 unfavorable expenditure variance within environmental services, which includes water for resale, which has a higher cost due to higher than anticipated revenues. Also costs for water parts and an offsetting favorable variance in salaries, primarily due to a vacant seasonal position. For 2024, water revenue and water for resale budgets were increased in alignment with the trending observed both in 2022 and in 2023. Facilities has no revenues associated with that department, but they had a $120,000 favorable expenditure variance, which includes unspent repair and maintenance funds and salaries and wages due to a period of time with a position vacancy. There were no significant adjustments made with, in relation to 2023 trending within the 2024 budget for facilities. Again, because the trends weren't deemed likely to recur within 2024. In enforcement, there was a $12,000 unfavorable variance related to fines and call-out services. And then there was a $150,000 favorable variance in expenditures, primarily related to salaries and wages due to vacant positions, which also resulted in other departmental expenditures not being incurred. Again, no significant adjustments were made within 2024, as they're not anticipated to have the same staffing shortages as occurred in 2023.
So just a question, the call-out services that are referred to there, that's our contract services with our partner municipalities? Is that what that relates to?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you.
Within fire, there's a $3,800 favorable revenue variance, which primarily relates to a donation received for the Torrington Fire Department, and a $23,000 favorable expenditure variance, primarily related to lower than anticipated material costs. No significant adjustments were made within the fire department budget based on 2023 trending. Disaster services has, again, no revenues associated with that department, and had a $6,600 favorable expenditure variance, which relates to training costs being lower than anticipated, and a small variance in salaries. Again, no adjustments were made within 2024 based on those 2023 trends. Within planning, there was a $6,900 unfavorable variance related to licenses and permits, and a $6,600 favorable variance for expenditures related to salaries and wages, as well as training and development, which are partially offset by higher than budgeted inspection services costs. Within 2024, the licenses and permits revenues were reduced in alignment with 2023 trending. Within agricultural services, there's a $54,000 favorable revenue variance, which primarily relates to that additional grant program funding that was received from the province, and a $503,000 unfavorable expenditure variance, which includes higher than budgeted costs for weed control chemicals, which is offset by positive variances in salaries, primarily due to the number of hours worked by seasonal roles. Within 2024, the seasonal staffing levels were adjusted based on trending of the actual hours worked. Within parks, there's a $14,000 favorable variance, which relates to Horseshoe Canyon parking fees and campground revenues, and an $81,000 favorable variance primarily related to salaries and wages with seasonal positions, as well as the general goods and supplies across all the park sites. And in 2024, campground revenues were increased where appropriate, so some of the campgrounds had the higher revenues, and those were adjusted in alignment. And seasonal staffing levels were adjusted based on trending of the actual hours worked over actually a period of approximately 5 years, not just 2023 trending. Within cemeteries, there's a $3,500 favorable revenue variance related to plot sales, and an $18,000 favorable expenditure variance relating to seasonal wages and savings on contracted grounds maintenance. And again, just like with parks and agricultural services, those seasonal budgets for seasonal support were adjusted based on trending of the hours worked. Within economic development, there's a $10,000 unfavorable revenue variance. This relates to an operating project where the funding wasn't utilized. And then there's a $171,000 favorable expenditure variance, primarily relating to salaries and wages due to a position vacancy, as well as savings within other program costs, again, due to those staffing levels. No significant adjustments were made within the 2024 budget, as they're expected to not continue within 2024.
So again, a question, when you talk about unfavorable revenues related to a particular operating project, so was that revenue coming from reserves to fund that project? So it's money that stayed in reserves, just didn't move over into economic development?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other questions at this point? Are you good to go on, or do you need a break?
Oh, I'm fine.
You're good? Okay. Councillor Forbes.
Can I just get a breakdown from the, it doesn't have to happen right now, maybe on a break, what the difference to Horseshoe Canyon parking fees to the actual campground revenues? Because when you see that, it appears as if the Horseshoe Canyon parking fees are going to be huge when I know most of that comes from camping. So I just would like a little clarity for one of my ratepayers, please.
Okay, so you want a kind of a breakdown, what's Horseshoe Canyon parking and what's campground fees? Okay,
Through the chair, I believe it's about $5,000 related to revenues on parking fees and $10,000 related to campgrounds, but I will double check that on the next break.
okay, thank you for that. All right, any other questions? I'm not seeing any, so please go on.
Okay, with having gone over kind of your operating budget results, Appendix C speaks to some restatements and recommendations that are being made to use that surplus to be contributed back into reserves. The recommendations proposed for council are structured in a way as to support the long-term sustainability of the organization and support the reserve strategy, which was initiated in 2023. The recommended reserve contributions are broken down into 4 classifications and include, the first one is related to specific unbudgeted variances. So these ones are specifically speaking to items that came up within Appendix A and B that weren't anticipated, and then we're putting forward recommendations as to what to do with those funds. The first is to recommend $1 million worth of related to the surplus on return on investments to be contributed to the infrastructure reserve. This is in alignment with that preliminary reserve strategy where those investment returns are going to be put back into reserves for long-term infrastructure needs. The second one is the remainder of $354,000 related to investment returns be contributed to the Revenue Stabilization Reserve to provide funding for future budget shortfall mitigation options. There's a recommendation to put $500,000 worth of the surplus related to salaries and wages to go into the contingency reserve to fund future council directions in 2024. This includes the recently approved economic development opportunity, the anticipation having that funding to be available to use to fund that in 2024. There's the $354,000 related to capital equipment plan sales, which is being recommended to go back into the capital equipment plan reserve to fund those future purchases for more assets of those nature. And then there's $43,286 related to special taxes and frontage, which is generated by water connections, and that's being recommended to be contributed to the water reserve to fund future water infrastructure requirements. The second category is to fund increases in carry forward project budgets. So there's 2 projects where we kind of typically have looked to top that funding up throughout the year. Based on what was spent through the year to provide for more funding in the following year to continue those initiatives. The first one is related to strategic initiatives. This operating project is intended to provide funding to implement goals outlined in Council's strategic plan. So the top-up funding of $33,940 will provide continued opportunities to forward Council's goals for 2024. And then there's the corporate initiatives. This operating project is intended to provide funding to implement programming and process changes from an administrative perspective that also align with Council's strategic plan. The top-up funding of $29,792 will provide for opportunities to progress various initiatives. The third category is to fund specific initiatives for 2024. One item is for the municipal...
Councillor Forbes?
Questions I got would be, what is council's goals for 2024? Because when you're listing these, you're not listing what our goals are, and they're curious to know what the goals were. So if I could get clarity on that, or if we can address it in the future, that would be awesome. Thanks.
Through the chair, I would note that those typically relate back to the council's strategic plan, and I believe we have a specific list for 2024, though I don't have it in front of me at this time.
Mr. Hogan, did you want to comment?
Only through you, Mr. Reeve, to build on what Marika said. So those are anything related to council's strategic plan. So as an example, the MDP engagement that we did was funded partially from those budgets. We do have a list of 2024 goals that council approved, so we will bring those back at a future discussion to go through and to make those more public. Corporate initiatives, things that are in there, those are opportunities that arise. We don't always have those identified, but council a year or two back opted to fund that pool of money from surplus funds. So we don't collect that money from taxes per se, but that's to feed efficiencies within the organization. So probably a good recent example of that was implementation of the eScribe meeting software. So the implementation of that software came out of that budget and created efficiencies in terms of how we run our meetings, reduced our costs related to running those meetings, those sorts of things. So those are, we'll bring back a more formal list of the goals, but those are examples of projects that were funded from those areas.
Okay, thank you for that. I'm going to suggest that we take about a 5 to 10 minute break, and then we'll come back. And I recognize that we're chasing the clock because we do have a delegation at 10, but I still think we'll take a short break here and come back at 9:40. Okay, thank you. So it is 9:40, and I'm going to call the council meeting back to order. And we will continue in our agenda where we left off. And Ms. Von Merbach, whenever you are ready. Oh, sorry, Mr. Hogan, go ahead.
Through you, Mr. Reeve, just in response to one of the questions that was asked prior to the break, the answers to that, I'll start broadly, and those rest with the strategic plan. Council's aware of the strategic plan. It's available on our website. As you go through, there's a number of broad goals that Council's outlined there. So being a strategic plan, it doesn't deal with the tactical level or the on-the-ground stuff. It is a high-level document that outlines a number of different areas. So those are your economic development and resiliency, high-quality infrastructure, the things that are up on screen now. When we take those from the strategic plan and we start to put actual projects to them, in addition to moving those forward, is we get into more of the, here's a specific thing that's going to happen throughout the year. Some of those council approves, some of those in things like the corporate initiatives, you've given me some broad direction, and then you've given me a funding to do it. We don't always know what those are going to be at the beginning of the year, but as stuff comes up, we're able to utilize those. So for corporate initiatives, that budget that's funded from surpluses each year and topped up and carried forward is when we use things, like I said, for the eScribe implementation. We're currently in the process of moving to an electronic payroll and a different type of management of a lot of our human resources. So where in the past that was done manually, still is done manually, is, we have paper moving around, we need to go out and collect those. We're basically digitizing and using technology to create efficiencies internal to the organization. That's a direction that Council's given. It ties into the strategic plan in effective and efficient leadership. But those are the types of activities that come from corporate initiatives. Strategic initiatives, like I've said, things like engagement on the MDP, a portion of that is funded there. If we get into some of the specific goals that Council has set for administration in 2024, there's items in there like the land use bylaw framework, like we changed the name. It's not the Reeves Economic Summit anymore, but the economic outlook that we've talked with Council about. So a project like that could be funded from strategic initiatives. So those are going to be things that change each year that go on. So Carolyn, can I have you pull up the other sheet, please? Thank you. So those 2024 goals that Council set, some of these, not all of these, are going to come from those two budget areas. Some of them don't have an attached budget to them. Some of them are funded elsewhere. When we look at at things, I mentioned the Reeves Economic Summit, that's a different name now. That can be funded from there. When we look at the year in review reporting or setting up some of those communications pieces that Council's looked for. So whether that's the state of the county, the podcasting, some of our asset management stuff that ties into there can come from those budget areas. So those are the types of projects. This is a list of goals that Council has approved. Again, not all of these are funded from those two areas. So as an example, the Huxley Lagoon lighting projects, those are funded from elsewhere, as Council discussed last meeting. So not everything here comes from there, but these are some of the specific goals stemming from the strategic plan that Council has set out for the upcoming year.
Okay, thank you for that. Any questions, discussion? If not, we're going to go back to the fourth quarter report and variance. So Ms. Von Merbach, whenever you're ready.
Thank you. And I have some follow-up into response to the question about the favorable variance within parks. My memory was not quite correct. It was about $2,500 related to parking fees at Horseshoe Canyon, and the remaining $12,000 was related to campground revenues.
Thank you for that clarification.
Absolutely. So back to Appendix C and the third category of recommendations for the surplus. The third one is to fund specific initiatives for 2024. The first of which is a municipal intern. So the county's been approved to host a municipal intern for a period of 18 months, which will be utilized to support various departments. The costs for this intern are shared with provincial government, and it's being recommended to transfer $60,000 from the 2023 surplus to the contingency reserve to fund this initiative and approve the associated expenditures. So motion number 1 and motion number 2 relate to this item and provide the necessary direction for this funding. The second item is the Kneehill Historical Society. So during 2023, council approved a donation of $25,000 to be funded from the 2023 operating budget related to the expansion of the Kneehill Historical Museum. This contribution to the contingency reserve in conjunction with motion 1 and motion 3 will allow that funding to be distributed in 2024 from 2023 funds. The fourth section is related to the remaining surplus. So there's, the first one is to fund the 2024 budget balancing draw. During the 2024 budget deliberations, council opted to draw $516,804 from the Revenue Stabilization Reserve in order to balance the budget. This contribution is intended to fund that draw from the 2023 surplus. So that money will go in from the 2023 surplus and it will come back out for the 2024 budget. The second item is related to increasing equipment costs. So during the 2024 budget deliberations, council reduced the proposed contribution increase to the capital equipment plan, which was recommended based on increased vehicle and equipment costs in recent years. The contribution of $160,000 of the 2023 surplus aims to offset a portion of the amendment made during the 2024 budget deliberations. With all of those recommendations, that reduces the unallocated surplus down to approximately $18,000. Moving on from,
Councillor Forbes?
Sorry.
Go ahead, Councillor Forbes. Go ahead.
So another question I had is that the intern that the county is getting, so between us and the province, that position is $120,000 fresh out of school? That was the question I got asked.
That position, through you, Mr. Reeve, is an 18-month position, and a portion of that is training, which is mandatory as part of the provincial grant.
Thank you for the clarity.
Okay, any other questions? If not, we're going to move on. If you would, please.
absolutely. That brings me to Appendix D, which is a summary of the operating projects that were initiated within 2023 and approved within 2023. There's 12 operating projects that were approved within 23, and so Appendix D reflects the project's year-end status, the expenditures that were incurred within 2023, and the recommended strategy for any remaining funds at year-end. So 11 of these are requested to be carried forward into 2024 for completion, all of which remain on budget. However, 2 of those projects are requesting additional funding, as are reflected in Appendix C. And then 1 was canceled pending further information on the county's economic development plan. So the request to carry forward the 11 identified operating projects into 2024 for completion and to provide additional funding for the 2 operating projects is referenced in motion 4. And then within Appendix E, so this is similar, but it's for capital projects that were approved within 2023. There were 19 capital projects that were approved within 23, and Appendix E reflects again the total budget, the 2023 expenditures, the project's year-end status, and the recommended strategy for any remaining funds. Of the projects listed, 10 were completed under budget. 1 was completed over budget, and motion number 5 requests additional funding to be drawn from the capital equipment plan reserve to fund that overage. 1 was canceled as it was accommodated within the operating budget, and 7 are being requested to be carried forward into 2024 for completion, all of which remain on budget. The request to carry forward the 7 identified projects into 2024 is referenced in motion number 6.
Okay, thank you. I just have a question. Could we go back to Appendix C? Sorry, I wasn't thinking fast enough. So you said that we had an adjusted surplus at the end of all of those recommendations to move into reserves of 18,737. Are we designating that to go somewhere, or is that just going to be?
Through the chair, we kind of leave a little bit of it because we understand that there might be a few fluctuations that happened between now and the audit. And so there's kind of, when you look at the financial statements, there's always a small amount of surplus that's kind of unallocated to reserves. And that's just a typical function. That's why we didn't draw it down to actually zero.
So after we get our audited financial statements, if there was still some of that remaining, would we then be looking to move it somewhere? Or no?
Typically not. It's not usually a high enough value too, but we could at some point if we chose to do that, yes.
No, thank you for that.
Absolutely.
All right, thank you. Any other questions? If not, we'll move on. Maybe we won't. We have a presentation at 10. Maybe let's take another 5 minutes and just run a little further in this, and then we'll break to allow that group to get set up.
Okay. So that brings me to Appendix F, which is a cash and investment summary. This is given to provide council with just an overview of where our investments are sitting. Administrations has endeavored to implement new investment strategies over the past few years to improve investment returns. As at the end of 2023, we had a range of 1.75 to 6.45% on our returns. I will note that that one that was down at 1.75 actually matured in January 2024 and was reinvested at a rate of 6%. So now we've got a range of returns currently from 5.55% to 6.45%. And again, motion number 1 includes a transfer to reserves of the investment revenue over budgeted revenues, which was a result of high interest rates. And then to my final appendix for this report. So this is just a reserve schedule which tracks the council approved transfers within the county reserves and represents reserve contributions for the year, reserve draws for the year, post-budget approvals, and the return of unutilized project funding. So this actually reflects what actually came out versus what was initially approved within the budget and reflects a more accurate balance of where we're sitting. However, Appendix G does not actually include stuff that's happened within the 2024 budget. So within the report, I've actually also included our adjusted balance based on those transactions. And where we're currently sitting. So based on all our cumulative projected balance, we're sitting at about $64,700,000 sitting in reserves, and that is invested to return more funds into those reserves for long-term sustainability.
Okay, thank you. Any questions at this point?
Overall, the financial position of the county continues to be positive.
Councillor Forbes?
$4 million that you see here also includes the loan guarantee to Trochu, right?
Through the chair, no, that's a completely separate function. The loan guarantee is sort of a financial statement, like our debt limit as a financial statement represented on our financial statements. In effect, if that loan guarantee Trochu was to default and the county would be responsible for it, utilizing reserves to fund that would be an option that council would have on the table. But no, the balance does not reflect a reduction based on that guarantee.
Okay. Go ahead.
So overall, the financial position of the county continues to be positive, with administration and council exercising prudent financial management. As I've previously noted, the variances of 2023 were a key consideration when developing the 2024 budget and resulted in adjustments to support greater alignment between budget and actuals. The most significant of those adjustments include increases for revenues that experienced favorable variances related to current trending, increases for expenditures which experienced unfavorable variances related to market pressures, decreases for expenditures which have not been utilized due to ongoing trending, and a reduction in the provision for allowances to align with both existing and anticipated tax write-offs based on continued improvements for our tax recovery rates. The adjustments made support greater alignment between budget and actuals, and subsequently tax levies that reflect the cost of providing council-defined levels of service. The recommendations in this report will ensure continuation of forward financial planning and valued per dollar for ratepayers.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions at this point? I know we have a bunch of motions to make, but I'm going to suggest that we are going to wait on those. Any questions? If not, our thanks for that detailed and answers to our questions. I'm going to suggest we take a 5-minute recess just to allow our delegation to get in and get set up. And we'll come back to your requests for direction after that. Okay, it's 10:01 a.m. and I'm going to call our meeting back to order. Order. Excuse me, order in the council chambers, please. Thank you. Welcome to our delegation today. What I'm going to do is I'm going to ask council if they would first introduce themselves, and then for those of you who are standing, there are seats further over in the council chamber if you wish to move across. But first I'm going to ask council if you would introduce yourselves and the management that's in the room, and then I'm going to ask our presenters to introduce themselves, and then at that time yours. So Councillor Phobes, since you're online, would you mind introducing yourself first, and then the rest of council to follow?
Sure. Carrie Phillips, Division 4. Good morning.
Good morning, everybody. Debbie Penna, Division 2. Thank you for all coming in.
Good morning, great to see everybody. I'm Faye McGee for Division 1.
I'm Ken King, Division 7.
Morning, everyone. My name is Jerry Whitstock, and I represent Division 3, the Acme-Linden area.
Good morning, thank you for coming. Laura Lee Michelle Cunningham, Division 5, and I'm the area surrounding east, west, north, south of Three Hills.
Welcome. I'm Wade Christie from Division 6, so I'm on the northwest.
And Mr. Hogan, if you would, please.
Welcome to the meeting today. Mike Hogan, Chief Administrative Officer for Kneehill County.
Mr. Gannon.
Good morning, Kevin Gannon, Director of Community Services.
Good morning, Mike Zier, Director of Infrastructure.
Good morning, Teresa Cochran, Director of Corporate Services.
Go ahead.
And Carolyn Vanderkool, Legislative Services Coordinator.
So thank you for being here today and welcome. And like I said earlier, if you wish to, please introduce yourselves first, and then I'll remind you that we are streaming the meeting, so you need to just push the button on the mic in front of you, and the light will turn red on your microphone, and then you should be live.
Good morning, I'm Kelly Tange.
Good morning, my name is Pam Maroney.
Okay, I guess the next 15 minutes are yours, so.
Before we get started, we would like to thank the Council and the Planning Department for all of their hard work in getting the amendment to Bylaw 1808 completed before the provincial moratorium was lifted. We appreciate your efforts. Thank you for allowing us to make this presentation. While attending the open house that Capstone held in Torrington last October, it was very apparent that the majority of people there were upset about the prospect of an industrial wind project being constructed. Jenna Grawy and Mary Clarkson started a petition in opposition to the project, and while standing in the foyer, a number of residents started talking, introducing ourselves, and signing the petition. One thing led to another, and with the incredible support for the original petition, it led to a small group being formed to get more signatures. Once we came up with a game plan, we canvassed almost every household within the notification zone, according to the map set by Capstone Infrastructures. Please refer to the map on the screen. Sorry, I had it in the handouts. I didn't realize she had it on the screen. This zone is 1,500 meters or 1 mile from the nearest turbine of households. Please note that a lot of these households are much closer to the turbines. We also canvassed outside the notification zone, and for our purposes, we are using approximately 3,200 meters or 2 miles outside the zone. At that time, we asked if homeowners were in favor of the Lone Pine project, against the project, or undecided. Majority of those opposed also signed a petition against the project. A few indicated that they were against but could not sign the petition for religious reasons or work-related issues. This table shows the number of homes canvassed within the notification zone. As you can see, there are 77 households within the notification zone. Of the 77 households, 9 of these are owned by landowners that have signed contracts to host turbines. Some of these houses have offspring residing in the homes, and the landowners live elsewhere. We subtracted these 9 from the total to give us 68 total households that will be closely impacted by the construction of the turbines. Of those 68 locations, 63 opposed the project and 5 are undecided. As you can see on the chart, 92.6% of the households are against. Sorry, we updated this morning, and that's not the updated numbers on the chart, but it is on the pie. So sorry about that. So 92.6% of households are against the project for various reasons that we will get into shortly. Please note that these numbers are for households only, not the total number of people residing in the area. When we look outside the notification zone, we see this trend continues with an additional 97 houses, give or take, as not all the houses were marked on the capstone map. That are approximately 2 miles outside the zone. We are still in the process of contacting some of these homes, but as you can see at present, 72% are against the project. It's important to note that 22 households have not yet been talked to. In addition to our door knocking efforts in this area, we have also done 4 petition signing events in Torrington, Linden, Trochu, and Three Hills, which have brought our total of opposed citizens to over 600 people. The important thing to note here is that these have been in-person signings. We have personally spoken to each person that has signed, and this is important for 2 reasons. Firstly, people have to be motivated to come out to sign. It's not like an online petition where they can click on it while not being really invested in what the petition is about. And secondly, because we have talked to each individual, we have been able to determine what most people's concerns are regarding the project. So why are we seeing such an increase in wind and solar projects in Alberta and Canada? From all indications, it's not because wind energy is highly efficient, nor is it because it's reliable, and it certainly isn't because it's cheap energy. In fact, these have been proven to be according to our petition, the ratepayers of Kneehill County feel the same. Although there are a multitude of concerns regarding the industrial turbine project proposed, we are going to talk about 4 main areas. Agricultural land use, soil degradation, protected areas and wildlife, health and well-being of residents, and property values and viewscapes. So land use. Kneehill County is a community rich in agricultural history, and it is no surprise that one of the main concerns to citizens is the use of quality agricultural land for the use of wind turbines that have been proven to be inefficient and unreliable. Alberta cropland is a non-renewable commodity that once destroyed cannot be manufactured or used again. It is a necessary component of food production that supplies our community, our province, our country, and the world. Farmland is an essential resource for the sustainability and security of our food systems. By preserving and keeping our soil healthy through good farming practices and conservation practices, effects of climate change can be offset. When considering wind facilities within our county, we need to be prudent and mindful of the full impact. It is the same premise that the council used when presenting to the AUC during the inquiry. When you look at one project or one turbine at a time, it doesn't seem like much. But when you look at the total, it really adds up. When we look at direct land use, we need to look at the amount of land utilized for access roads, the concrete tower pad, transmission lines, and power substations. According to a study by the National Renewable Energy Laboratory in the United States, it was determined that land use for wind turbines is approximately 3/4 of an acre per megawatt capacity. Therefore, 3/4 of an acre times 7.5 megawatts, the size of the towers proposed here, each turbine would require 5.63 acres. 5.63 acres times 60 turbines would then require 337.5 acres. With these calculations, the array would utilize over 2 full quarters of productive farmland. Along with the amount of land that is no longer available for food production, there is concern about the damage being done to surface soil, subsoils, and groundwaters with the construction of roadways, the turbine base, and associated infrastructure. During road and base construction, soil is removed, other materials are brought in, and land is being compacted. During construction of the turbine base, large holes are being dug, drilled, and blasted. How does this affect the surrounding soils and the microorganisms within that soil? A 7-megawatt wind turbine can easily use more than 1,000 cubic meters of concrete and up to 150 tons of steel reinforcement. With these materials in the ground, will these materials in the ground affect moisture in the surrounding land? Will the groundwaters be disturbed and affect moisture levels in wells? There are numerous studies that show wind turbines can cause surface warming due to vertical mixing and other factors. Will this cause soil degradation? Will it be sufficient to dry the soil enough that irrigation may be needed at some point? Unfortunately, we don't have the answers to many of these questions. Protected areas and wildlife. We'd like to take a few moments to talk about our protected areas and our diverse ecosystems. As many as 1.17 million birds are killed by wind turbines per year in the US alone. Not only are migratory birds such as geese, ducks, swans, and pelicans affected, there's grave concern for raptors and herons. Keevers Lake, Lake 19, and Bigelow Dam are home to many nesting birds and other wildlife. In particular, golden eagles that nest at Keevers Lake and the blue herons that have a rookery on the edge of Lake 19. Both birds, along with ferruginous hawks, man, that's a tough word, will be adversely affected by the turbines. The eagles and ferruginous hawks are both protected species and are known to be killed in turbine collisions, which is understandable when turning blade tips can travel as fast as 150 miles per hour. Blue herons assemble in large colonies that are within 3 to 10 kilometers from where they are foraging. They feed in sloughs, creek beds, dugouts, and marshes. They travel several kilometers from their nesting colonies to feed. In the proposed project area, this would mean herons would fly through the turbines to reach Bigelow Dam and the Three Hills Creek and its tributaries. This project may impair their ability to safely forage for food, and in the case of collisions, will adversely disrupt their colonies. Along with the birds mentioned above, the following deserve mention: the greater sage grouse, sharp-tailed grouse, and migrating songbirds. Migrating songbirds are actually impacted even more than the raptors, apparently. Wind turbines they're small, so they're not mentioned. Wind turbines are also a threat to bats. Bats are a natural and important part of the ecosystem. Insect-eating bats help to control pests that can damage crops. 3 species of bats that are prevalent in Alberta are now on the endangered list in Canada, with wind turbines being cited as one of the main causes of mortality. Bats may be attracted to wind turbines, increasing the risk of impact to bat populations. In addition to the birds and bats, many other animals are impacted by large industrial wind factories that are taking over rural areas. We are lucky to have in our area deer, moose, elk, coyotes, badgers, and fox, just to name a few. Will these species stay in an area that is filled with spinning, noise-making, vibrating steel structures? What a shame that we will lose our diverse wildlife from this area. Health and well-being. For years, people living in close proximity to industrial wind turbines have been reporting adverse health issues such as headaches, migraines, nausea, tinnitus, dizziness, sleeplessness, anxiety, depression, and even heart issues, all of which can lead to a decreased quality of life. Suggested causes may be due to noise, infra and low frequency sound, and shadow flicker. With the increase in the number and size of turbines and their proximity to family homes, it stands to reason that more and more people will be impacted. According to windconcerns.com, these ill effects have now been identified in over 480 studies, with some recognized in a court of law. More studies need to be done in this area, but according to Kneehill resident Peggy Johnson, the negative effects of industrial wind turbines on health are only too real. Peggy and her husband moved away from Ontario, where Peggy was experiencing many of the above noted health issues, only to find out now that a big wind project is literally proposed in their backyard. Peggy is fearful that they will have to move again. Property values and viewscapes. Will our property values go down? We do not see how they cannot. With properties that may have turbines within 5 to 1,500 meters, they will hear the whooshing of the blades, their horizons will be filled with 120-meter high structures, and at night, the incessant flashing lights. Everyone's dream location, right? Never have I heard anyone say that they wanted to move to the middle of a wind factory. In recent years, we have seen an influx of younger people moving back into rural areas. I have a lady wanting to move to the area that asks me almost weekly if the project is going ahead. She will not move here if they are. The people that we represent and those that you see here behind us live in Kneehill County for a reason. Some are young couples who have purchased their forever acreage. Some are people from towns and cities looking for peace and solitude. And some are like Peggy and Larry who fled Ontario to the wind farms there. But the large majority of them are the children of those who homesteaded these lands and their children and even their grandchildren. 4 generations that have worked on the land, loved the wide open spaces, and made Kneehill County what it is today. As many as 11 families in the immediate area of the project are 100-year farms. Sorry, I get emotional on that one.
It's quite all right.
We are disappointed and angry that our lives will change so drastically. Not because of something that we have done or want, but because a select few of our neighbors have taken the decision out of our hands. When a turbine is erected on adjacent lands, this means that neighbors can lose their ability to use large portions of their land how they want. In the United States, this is referred to as trespass zone. Please see your additional notes. There's a picture there. This term is often used to describe the taking of property by the unsafe proximity of a turbine to an adjacent property. Currently, county setbacks are 100 meters from any side or rear property line. If a turbine is placed at the 100-meter or 328-foot setback on a hosting property, the adjacent landowner is now unable to use their land in the way that they choose. They're now compromised due to safety concerns. The turbines themselves are 120 meters with additional blade lengths of 90 meters. If there were to be a blade liberation or tower failure, not to mention ice throw and fiberglass particle dispersion caused by erosion the adjacent landowner could be negatively affected. Adjacent landowners would not be able to build a house, a vineyard, or really anything due to the unsafe conditions, not to mention their inability to crop spray. Even the manufacturers of some turbines will require their own employees to stay 396 meters back from turbines unless necessary. The setback in the county's bylaw is not nearly enough. Setbacks to adjacent land and households should be the same. Even those distances are not sufficient. Although I do have to just note here that the 1.6 kilometers that the county put in their bylaw is very good, and we appreciate that. Again, it is important to note that the majority of signed landowners do not even live in the area and simply rent their land out and so are unconcerned with these issues. Where is our vote? As I've been speaking, you have been seeing pictures of our lands and our viewscapes. Now picture those views with dozens of steel structures the size of the Calgary Tower with spinning blades the length of 3 blue whales each. It's unacceptable. Capstone states that this project will have a nameplate capacity of 350 megawatts, but this is only in ideal conditions: windy, not too windy, perfect temperature, no curtailment, the list goes on. It is intermittent, unreliable, and unsightly. The massive vertical footprint of industrial turbines affect people from miles and miles away, not just those that have them literally on their back doors. With so many other energy generating options evolving, why would anyone anywhere feel that wind energy is a viable option? Now that the AUC is changing the ability for municipalities to participate in hearings, we hope to see our municipality stand behind their residents. You are our councillors elected to represent us. We know that the tax base from these turbines is enticing, but at what cost to the residents of Kneehill County? We have demonstrated that the vast majority of taxpayers most closely affected do not want this project or any other wind project in Kneehill County. They just don't make sense. We implore you to take a stand. Put in place a moratorium on wind projects immediately until a decision can be made. Pass a bylaw that prohibits industrial wind factories in Kneehill County. Is this the legacy that we want to leave for generations to come?
Thank you. Are there questions from council to the presenters? Councillor Cunningham.
So first of all, I want to say thank you, Kelly and Pam, for your presentation and for all the work that your group has been doing. And I want to thank all of you for coming here today. I've never been one that believes there's nothing you can do. When people say there's nothing we can do about a subject, some of you in the gallery knew my father, so you would be aware where that comes from. There's always something you can do, and you guys are a shining example of that. We were recently at the Rural Municipalities Conference, and one of the guest speakers was Corey Hirsch, who was a former hockey player who overcame huge obstacles in his life. And the one quote that he said that really resonated with me was, "Be your own advocate." And I think what you folks are showing is you are being your own advocates. And sorry, I get a little emotional about this too, because you are our people. We sit here because of you folks. So I just want to commend you wholeheartedly on being advocates for your homes, for where you live. And like you say, for those people that have been here for 100 years. Councillor Phobes and I were recently at a convention in Calgary, and it was, we were able to stand downtown by the Calgary Tower. And Carrie actually took a couple pictures, and when you stand at the base of the Calgary Tower and look up at it, at that massive structure, it was actually very eye-opening for us to realize, to stand there and look up and see the enormity of that, and to realize there's a potential for 40 to 75 of these structures to be in your backyard. So the chart, or this picture that's come out, I know it's been shared a lot. I just urge everybody to have a look at that. Yeah, I know one of the things when I ran for council was I said I love where we live, and I mean that. I love where we live, not just me, where we live. So again, I can't say enough for the work that you folks are doing, and I commend you for that.
Okay, thank you for that. Are there any other comments or questions for the presenters? Councillor Penner.
Just a quick comment. Thank you for calling them wind factories and not wind farms.
Councillor McGee.
I'm curious if you've taken this presentation elsewhere or have plans to.
Thank you very much for that question. We are planning I have not, this is the first presentation that we've done formally. We've had numerous meetings. We had a meeting out in Sunny Slope for just the people that were within the mapped area, and we had over 130 people at that meeting alone, and that was very early on. So we're just in the process of gathering information from all of the residents that are closely impacted. We do have a lawyer that should Capstone make an application to the AUC that will help us to navigate through that process. And so at present we are gathering, residents are filling out questionnaires and getting ready for that if it were to happen. At present, we are right now planning an open house for Three Hills. We feel that the residents of Three Hills, the majority, are really woefully uninformed, and Capstone does this for a reason. They want to, keep things small. They won't meet with us as a large group. Divide and conquer. So we are planning an open house on April 29th. And we will be making a large presentation then, and we are in the process of hopefully inviting some government officials, and we would extend an invitation to anybody from Kneehill County that would also like to attend that, and we can get more information to you as that comes available. While I have my mic on, over the weekend, or just before the weekend, the County of St. Paul changed some of their bylaws. And we didn't have time to put it into our presentation, but I think it's very important that you understand. And there is additional information. I do have a story in there from St. Paul. But they changed their bylaws to state that a tower shall be set back not less than 4 times the total height of the tower from all other property lines. So the total height including the distance from grade to tip of blade. Therefore, if a turbine were placed in the center of a quarter of land, so 400 meters from the property line, the maximum allowable tower height base to tip of the blade would now be only approximately 100 meters. So in essence, it would reduce the height of the turbines, and it would only allow 1 turbine per quarter. So the turbines proposed here are 210 meters. So it would cut them in half, which I would assume, I think, are pretty much close to the size of the ones in Ghost Pine.
Okay, thank you for that. Any other questions or comments? Councillor McGee?
I just want to highlight that I really appreciate that when you came and gave us a lot of information that helps us do our job to advocate for our residents. And I really commend the great work you've done so that you can also believe in us doing some work as well. I really appreciate residents who take the time to know that we want to be informed and to do our best. And I clearly get that from your group and yourselves. So thank you so much.
Okay, thank you for that. Any other comments or questions? Councillor Cunningham?
So just one more comment, and it's actually interesting because you did allude to this, I think, just organically in your presentation. One thing as council, we follow our strategic plan, and we spent quite a bit of time, a couple of years working on that. One of the pillars of our strategic plan is to maximize the quality of life for people who choose to live in Kneehill County. And I think you've very clearly noted that. And one of the other ones, one of our goals is we want to attract new citizens, and we also want to retain our existing residents. So again, I think you very eloquently referred to that, so.
Thank you for that. I guess this is your last chance if you want to make a comment or ask a question. Deputy Reeve Woodstock.
No questions. I do appreciate you coming in, providing this information for us. I mean, I've lived in Kneehill County my whole life, and I know exactly how you would, no, I don't know exactly how you're feeling. But that being said, if something like this would happen to be coming close to me, I wouldn't enjoy it either. I would be very, what would the word be? I think when you have the opportunity to address EUC, please take that opportunity. Because I don't believe that with the way the process is set up, Kneehill County does not have the jurisdiction to turn these down. These are done through the AUC process. Maybe now that we have some input into the AUC process, we might have a voice there. Prior to this, it was always done at that level, and I know that it's very difficult to spend time going to a hearing where you may or may not be heard. But I think you guys really have done a fantastic job here of putting everything together, and I think the AUC needs to hear this. So again, thank you very much for coming in, and I did notice you, Kelly, wanting to say something to what I just stated, so I will let you. Anyway, thanks very much for coming in. Thanks for all the information, and good luck. That's me.
Thank you. I would like to speak to that. I do agree that in the past that the AUC really, I understand where municipalities come from. They're very frustrated because it didn't matter really what bylaws that they had, the AUC would just come in and say, well, it's for the greater good. And I do understand that, but I do think that that mentality, I guess you would say, is changing, or at least I hope it is, with the moratorium and what we've seen come out so far and with the input of our government, so Premier Danielle Smith. I think we also have to look across the world. Like I really think that how people view, and as people come to understand how these wind factories just don't make sense. I don't know how to put it into different words at the moment, but what's important, what I think is important, is that in the past we've said, well, it doesn't matter anyways, there's nothing we can do. And I disagree with that, because when that is the mentality, then that's what will happen. So I think that even though municipalities may feel that they don't have a say, they should still raise their voices for their people. They shouldn't just sit back and say, well, you know what, good luck with that, because it doesn't matter what our bylaws are, the AUC won't listen to them, or they won't take them into account. Well, how do you know unless you fight for those bylaws that you have placed? You've placed those bylaws for a reason. So why would you not fight for the AUC to hear those bylaws and your voice, and therefore our voice to be heard? So I'm hoping that that will change, and I think that that is a change, that from what I'm hearing, that the AUC is allowing the municipalities to have more of a voice. I know a big drawback before was that municipalities were not given money for legal representation, and that is going to be coming, as far as I understand. So I think that that will really help council. So just one more quick thing. It's really hard to have all this information in such a short time, but earlier I alluded to the number of households, and I just wanted to give you another number just so that you have this. So within the area, 165 total households will be affected by the project. So 68 households within the notification zone, and an additional 97 houses outside. So if you use the average of 2.86 people in each household, and I got that number by getting the total number of houses in Kneehill County, so the population of Kneehill County divided by the number of households, so 2.86 in each household, that will be nearly 500 people directly affected. And we're in the process of getting that exact number. So I'd just like to thank council for hearing our voice.
Councillor Christie.
I appreciate your package very, very much. If the MLA doesn't come to your open house, you need to go to him, for sure. He needs to hear this personally, and I think that would carry some weight. So I appreciate that very much.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Cunningham.
I always say it's my last question, and he always gives me one more chance, so I appreciate that. So just further what Councillor Christie said, I did have a conversation with our MLA, Nathan Cooper, and I think between that conversation and with us attending RMA, I think there's still a lot of questions that have come out of the moratorium. Even Mr. Cooper was not 100% sure where they're going with all that. So 100% agree with Deputy Reeve Whitstock as well. This presentation needs to go to the AUC. Need to get in touch with Nathan Cooper, and also it would be amazing if you could get in touch with Minister Neudorf, who's the Minister of Utilities and Affordability, which I never understand how those two go together, but anyhow, I think it would be amazing if you could invite them to your open house, and hopefully they will attend. But I think we as a group hope there's more information through our rural municipalities and through the government of Alberta to come forward and kind of give us more of an idea of what they've decided to do, because I think it's a little unclear right now.
Okay, thank you for that. Again, I want to say thanks for being here today. You have to know that this council has been paying attention to that specific concern for quite some time, and some of the land use bylaw changes that we put in place are directly as a result of the concerns of our citizens. We also recognize that we have limitations in what we're able to do, but that doesn't mean we won't speak to the issue or that we won't have something to say. And so I think that's evidenced by the fact that we did make a presentation to the moratorium hearings that were held by AUC on behalf of our residents and address things like viewscapes and land values and the concerns regarding that you've brought up today. And so I don't think our voice is silent. Collectively, as rural municipalities throughout Alberta, we've been pushing on this issue for some time. And I think one of the results of our push was the moratorium that went in place. And just time to have a look at what needs to go on here in the province. To be honest, I thought we were going to see maybe some more specific stuff coming out of that moratorium than we have. I am happier with the tone of the conversation coming from the province than the tone of the conversation coming from AUC as a result of the moratorium. So we will not be quiet. I think that this council has made that pretty evident. But the truth of the matter is today, when Canstone does go forward with their application, you need to be talking to AUC. This collective group of people needs to be talking to AUC. Not to say that that takes away our responsibility, but for sure, they tend to listen to your voices much more than our voices. And so I applaud your efforts, and I wish you every success moving forward. So thank you for being here today, and thank you for expressing your concerns to us as council. Please note that we don't take your appearance and your time here lightly. So thank you for being here. Appreciate your time. I guess I would say last comment is our door's always open, so. for anybody who's sitting here in the room, you know, if you catch us in the coffee shops or you get us on the phone or you want to talk to us, that's our job. We're here to represent you as ratepayers and as residents. Okay, thank you once again for being here today, and we appreciate you taking the time to come. And to everyone else who came, thank you for being here. We very much appreciate that. It does show community support for what's happening, so, or not support for what's happening. So thank you.
Are we recessing for?
Yeah, we're going to take about a 5-minute or 10-minute recess. So let's say we'll be back at 10:50. It is now 10:50, and so I am going to call the council meeting of March 26th back to order. And we are returning in our agenda to agenda item 6.1, the 2023 Q4 report, preliminary operating and capital budget results. And we have basically gone through that entire report, and we are now at the point where we need to make some decisions based on the advice that we have received. It's been so long since we talked about it. Maybe we should have a half-hour refresher. See, Marika's not even worried about it. She's just like, whatever you want, we're going to take care of it for you. So thank you, very much appreciate that. So we have been given some advice as to how we are going to deal with various amounts of money that have been designated as coming out of last year's operating that are surplus and otherwise. And we need to move money in and out of reserves. And so I'm looking forward to direction from council, again, based off of the information that we received earlier today. Go ahead, Councillor Penner.
Just for my own clarification here, I didn't write it down, but you said the standard or the optimal variance you like to have is 2 to 5%, and we're at 1.25. Is that correct?
Through the chair, yes. When you kind of take out the one-off variances that wouldn't anticipate to be sustained in the long term, yes, so we're sitting at about 1.45% variance on budget.
So which is very good. So
it's very tight.
well, our departments have managed their budgets well, I guess. Is that?
Through the chair, yes, I'd agree that we've done a good job of managing within what we have available to us. But it's at, when you start hitting low percentages like that of variances that are not one-off variances, you're in a point where it can be a challenge to maintain on budget every year and ensure that we aren't coming back to council throughout the year saying, this snow event pushed us over.
Councillor Forbes.
Can you just give me the reasoning behind the $354,734 you're putting back into the stabilization reserve of the $804 that we took out to balance the budget for 2024? Can you just explain for the people who are listening as to why you're not putting back what exactly we took out to offset?
Through the chair, there's actually two components within Appendix C that are actually making recommendations to go to the Revenue Stabilization Reserve. The $354,734 is actually the investment return revenue that's over and above. So there was $1.3 million worth of investment revenues that we had related to the surplus. $1 million of that is being recommended to be put into the infrastructure reserve for long-term sustainability. And then there's that $354,000, which is, again, investment revenue. However, it's being recommended to go into the Revenue Stabilization Reserve for future shortfalls. And then near the bottom of Appendix C, there's related to the remaining surplus. We're actually recommending to put the exact amount we used from the Revenue Stabilization Reserve in 2024 to balance the budget in. So we're actually recommending to increase that Revenue Stabilization Reserve for 2024 for future potential budget shortfalls or balancing issues. So there are two different recommendations.
Councillor McGee.
And for clarity, you mean possible budget shortfalls doesn't mean things that we should have known better at. It's the unforeseen, like if we had a severe grass fire that cost us enormous money to care for, those types of things.
Through the chair, yes. And it mitigates, sometimes there's unforeseen changes in assessment or policy shifts from the government. And so that Revenue Stabilization Reserve allows council funding to use to balance those budgets to bridge some of those gaps. For example, one of the things is the well drilling equipment tax holiday. We kind of know that there's likely to be a significant amount of assessment that comes on in 2025 that we've been missing in 2024. And so when council chose to pull some money out of that reserve in 2024, it kind of alleviated some of that pressure on ratepayers and the tax burden for this year, knowing that that was likely a mechanism to kind of bridge that gap.
Thanks for the clarity.
Absolutely.
Okay, any other questions, so that we're clear prior to making the motions to make reserve contributions, as has been requested and outlined? Deputy Reeve Woodstock.
Well, not a question, but I did look over Appendix C again, so I would like to make the motion. The council approves reserve contributions of $3,077,826 as detailed in Appendix C.
Okay, thank you for that. So we are aware that this money that we're contributing to reserves is from basically one-offs this year, so increased investment revenue, salary savings due to unexpected vacancies, and a little bit of a bonus in equipment sales. So are we all clear in terms of what we are doing here? We are approving a reserve contribution of $3,077,826 as is outlined in Appendix C. Are there any questions to that motion? I'm not seeing any, so I'm going to ask the question. All those in favor? And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. Okay, Councillor Christie.
I'll make the motion to approve the draw of $60,000 for the contingency reserve, or from the contingency reserve to fund the municipal intern program.
Okay, thank you for that. And so we're taking money from the contingency reserve to fund the municipal intern program, recognizing that we put $500,000 into that contingency reserve in that last motion. That came out of salary, wages, and benefits from vacant positions last year, correct?
Through the chair, we also took $60,000 specifically from that surplus in for this initiative as well.
Okay, thank you. All right, so we have a motion to approve a draw of $60,000 from the contingency reserve to fund the municipal intern program, and we just made two contributions to that reserve, one of $60,000 and one of $500,000. Any questions? If not, all those in favor? And that is carried again unanimously. Thank you. Councillor Cunningham.
I'll move that council approve a draw of $25,000 from the contingency reserve for the Kneehill Historical Society in relation to council motion 85-23.
Okay. And again, we have just contributed this amount to that reserve for the intent of taking it back out. So the motion from Councillor Cunningham is that we approve a draw of $25,000 from the contingency reserve for the Kneehill Historical Society in relation to council motion 85/23. Any questions on that motion? Seeing none, all those in favor? And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. Councillor Penner.
I make the motion that council approves $959,557 of operating project carry forwards, including funding sources as detailed in Appendix D.
Okay. So we have a motion to approve $959,557 of carry forward operating projects, including their funding sources, as was outlined in Appendix D. Are there any questions related to that? I'm not seeing any, so I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that's carried unanimously as well. Thank you. Councillor McGee.
I'd like to move that we approve $40,072 for one over budget capital project to be funded through the capital equipment plan reserve as detailed in Appendix E.
Okay. So Councillor McGee has made the motion to approve $40,072 for one over budget capital project to be funded through the capital equipment plan reserve as outlined in Appendix E. Are there any questions? I'm not seeing any, so I'll ask the question. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously as well. Thank you. Councillor Penner.
Last one, I'd make the motion that council approves $5,695,480 of capital project carry forwards, including funding sources as detailed in Appendix E.
Okay, so again, this is just to carry forward funding for projects that were previously approved. And the motion is that we approve $5,695,480 of capital project carry forwards, including funding sources as detailed in Appendix E. So, any questions? I am not seeing any, so I'll ask the question. All those in favor? And that's carried unanimously as well. Thank you very much. So again, Ms. Von Merbach, thank you very much for your efforts on our behalf and for coming and explaining and helping us see our way through. It's very much appreciated, and your efforts on our behalf are acknowledged, and we thank you very much for that.
Kneehill County requisitions funds, which are collected by the county through ratepayer tax bills and then paid to the necessary requisition authority. These include requisitions related to Kneehill Housing Corporation and the Alberta School Fund. I will note with these requisitions, we have no say in the amount these requisitions are. There's an authority that is allowed to say, well, you need to bill your ratepayers this much money. And then the county is responsible for setting the rates that are associated with ensuring that that amount is collected and then remitted to that body throughout the year.
Unless they make a mistake.
We'll get to that.
That's coming, eh? Mm-hmm. Spoiler alert.
So the requisitions amounts for both Kneehill Housing Corporation and the Alberta School Fund are set to impact ratepayer tax bills in a significant way in 2024. Administration felt it was prudent to communicate the impact and to provide potential options to council to alleviate that burden on ratepayers. So for Kneehill Housing Corporation, they were established in 1960 to build and operate Golden Hills Lodge in Three Hills. In addition to Golden Hills, they operate seniors self-contained manor projects in a variety of locations within the county. In July 2023, they came forward and acknowledged that there was an error in the 2023 requisition, where council motioned to approve to add that lower requisition or that extra requisition amount within 2024. In addition, in March 2024, they addressed municipalities, signaling a notable uptick in the requisition amount for the year. They cited various challenges, including the impact of the carbon tax, escalating food and utility costs, pressing maintenance issues, and they stressed that historically Golden Hills Lodge has received the lowest requisition amount per unit in the province, leading to significant funding shortfalls and hindering operational efficiency. Despite a recent increase in requisition funds, Golden Hills Lodge is still expected to receive only 48% of the provincial average. So in 2023, the requisition for Kneehill housing was $83,347. For 2024, the requisition amount has increased to $303,371. This represents a $220,000 or that impact on the ratepayers for this year. So the Alberta School Fund
So,
collects.
just before you
Yes,
move off of that one,
absolutely.
So, in the communications coming from Kneehill Housing, they're anticipating that we're going to see a requisition in the 300,000 plus going forward into the future. And so that is significant over what we had been seeing in the past.
Yes.
So beyond the rationale that they provided us, so food costs, carbon tax, utility costs, maintenance issues, beyond that, we have had no further indication where that might go in the future.
No, we're just anticipating that it will not go back to prior levels that were as low as they were in 2023. It is in all likelihood likely to continue to climb as costs climb for maintaining any sort of thing like this, but we really have no indication of what 25 would look like.
First, Councillor Phobes, and then I'll come to you, Councillor Penner.
So first of all, I'd like to start by saying that she budgeted for funding that was supposed to come from COVID, and the province said that they would give 2 to 3 months notice before they would cut that funding off. They didn't give that, in fact, which she had budgeted for, which we have now rectified that will not be happening in the future. The other thing is in 2023, she paid $40,000 in carbon tax alone. We're slated for $50,000 this year and $10,000 every year moving forward in carbon tax as long as it stays in place. I've also requested that she comes and presents to council so that everyone can ask questions and actually find out how the housing and the lodge actually work within Kneehill Housing. I don't think a lot of people understand how it actually does work, so she's willing to come in and do that. And once I get back from holidays, I will request her to put in for a delegation.
Okay,
Just some background.
Thank you. Councillor Penner?
Okay, thank you for that. I look forward to a presentation because I do not understand. This is wow to me, absolutely wow. Because Kneehill Housing, I think, is 3 Hills, Acme, Trochu? Sorry? Linden? Okay. Yeah, so there are ratepayers in other areas. My question to you is, what is the provincial average if they're only able to access, or they'll only be at 48%? Do we know that number?
Maybe not offhand, but she might know it. I just don't have it in front of me currently. She does have those numbers, so that's why I'm asking her to present to council.
Okay, no problem, thank you. I actually really look forward to a presentation.
Deputy Reeve Woodstock.
I'm actually wondering, like, this is a huge difference from what we're used to paying on a requisition. Is there, I do understand that there is increased costs coming along, but what, are we having problems with vacancies? Or are we pretty much, the vacancies, the income side isn't the problem, it's the expense side? Just a question.
Councillor Cunningham, if you wish to address, and then Councillor Phobes, if you wanted to add any additional comment.
Feel free to add, Councillor Phobes, if I miss anything. So I think what we're seeing here with Golden Hills Lodge, which was pretty much the same across the province, and we kind of heard that through the ASHA convention as well, many people pulled their loved ones out of that kind of housing during the COVID crisis, and then they just haven't been able to get back to that capacity for the most part. We've had a very robust marketing campaign, and in fact, I was going to speak to it later, but at the lunch or supper the other night, I sat with 3 ladies that were new to the lodge. So I think we're definitely seeing an increase in those numbers. In terms of the community housing, we've been doing some repairs on some, but otherwise they are at full capacity. So we do run at 100% capacity in all those other communities. So just so people are aware, it isn't just 3 Hills, it is our other urban partners too. This was shocking to me as well. I mean, I am a ratepayer in another jurisdiction as well, so I mean, I'm getting hit on this a couple different ways. What shocked me was the amount that we've been paying, and we are probably one of the most historically low paying in the province. And we can find more information out for you, Councillor Penner, but it's a shame that this hasn't been done a long time ago and it couldn't be done more in increments. We're just seeing a really large jump this time. What we're hearing from everybody else, what we hear from our own municipality, the carbon tax, the cost of doing business, everything has increased. I would encourage anybody, I'm not sure, Councillor Fobbs, what would be open for public knowledge, but the wages that they're being paid in these facilities are very low compared to other competitors in the area or even within municipal government. So I think there has been a little bit of a rectification there because these people are being paid, they're barely being paid a living wage. So that's a little bit of information on that.
So I guess I would have an additional question then. Is what we're being told that the majority of the shortfall relates to the Golden Hills Lodge, not to the other facilities that are managed by Kneehill Housing? And I'm doing some quick math here, so I'm thinking that we're probably looking at total population within Kneehill County and our urbans. We're looking at an additional requisition of about $450,000 across the board, not just our 220 additional above what we paid last year. So the requisition amount last year accumulated across the board would have been about 170,000, and this year we're adding an additional 440, so the requisition amount, I'm doing fast math in my head, would be about 610,000 across the board for 2024.
No, I believe, oh, sorry. Number that she has slated there is the number she's asking for requisition funding. It's not going to be 600,000. It's the 300 and some thousand she has there, unless I'm misunderstanding your question.
Okay, well, I'm just looking at our requisition. So our requisition for this year is 303,371. We're about half the population being requisitioned. So if you
Paying 77% of the requisition.
Oh, okay, we pay a higher
We have
percentage.
that.
Okay,
It's unequalized assessment.
so what are we paying?
I'm just trying to figure that out.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Reeve, the percentage of requisition in Kneehill County is up on screen now. It's about 77%. The way that the Act works for housing authorities is that if municipalities come to a funding agreement, they can agree on how that's funded. If there's no funding agreement in place, it's based off equalized assessment, which is why the county's portion of it is so much higher, because our equalized assessment is so much higher than all of the other partners.
So go ahead, Councillor Cunningham. So 433 approximately?
So yeah, like Mr. Hogan just said, like that comes through the Act. That's not like Kneehill Housing doesn't choose that Kneehill County is going to pay 77% of that requisition. There's just one other comment that I wanted to clarify too. In terms of community housing, we cannot raise the rent on that. So we all know, like for myself, I have a rental property. If the expenses get higher, then I can raise the rent. I have the ability to do that. We cannot do that with community housing. So even though our expenses, the utilities, the carbon tax, everything is going up, we don't have the ability. The province does not allow us to raise that. So even though the expenses are going up, the income is staying the same.
And just to give a more fulsome concept of what that means, is people who are on assured incomes or assisted living or those types of incomes have not seen an increase to their incomes for 18 years or more. Aish was just given one just a few months ago. So we are seeing our residents in Kneehill Housing operating with dollar amounts that was equivalent to how people lived 18 years ago. And so this is, again, a form, in my opinion, of where the province is not caring for our individual rates, and so then it dominoes into a problem for our Kneehill housing, because they're not able to charge any more rent from that same, if that individual's been there for 18 years, they're getting the same amount from him.
Mr. Hogan? Oh, Counselor Phobes, sorry. Good, she waves. So I guess I would look forward to having that report brought by the Kneehill Housing CAO. And I would also look forward to hearing how the board plans to address their requisition and the issues related to that going forward from 2024 on. So hopefully we're not encountering a 263% increase in the future. So
I would.
go ahead,
Sorry, go
Councilor
ahead.
Hopes. So I guess what I'm looking for is some rationale behind why this has happened, and I'm hearing some of that. And the specific issues that are being addressed by Kneehill Housing that relate to this underfunded amount, and just what the plan is on a long-term basis going forward to address potential shortfalls like this in the future. Councillor Cunningham?
I mean, honestly, I sit on the newly formed budget committee, and I have to say this budget is very tight. There's certainly no overspending in the Hill Housing Organization. I can say that 150%. I think the rationale is we've gotten lucky the last while. Kneehill County and all the other urbans have, for whatever reason, I didn't sit here before then, so I can't answer that, but we have very much underfunded this organization for a long time in comparison to the rest of the province and what their requisition is to their housing projects. So I hope, I'm a ratepayer too, I pay my taxes, so I don't want to see this go up next year either, but do I see it going down? I don't, I really don't. Not unless we have a real change in carbon tax and the cost of living and the cost of everything. I can't foresee it going down.
No, and I guess I'm not anticipating that we would necessarily see this being reduced in any way, shape, or form, but I would certainly look forward to some enunciation of what the long-term plan is to address the issues like carbon tax, the increase of wages, and I mean, everybody's costs are going up, and I understand that. We're seeing that with other organizations with whom we partner, and we just, I guess I'm looking forward to a fairly detailed just what's happening and what the anticipated future might look like. So. All right, any other questions? Councillor Phobes.
And I'll make sure that our CAO from housing will present that to council so you'll have a better understanding as we do. The organization is also in the midst right now of doing a few upgrades and some changes, so everything's there's some steps we have to take first place before we can do other things. I'm just giving everyone in the room there a heads up and the people that are listening. Thank you.
Oh, I appreciate that. That's why we're looking forward to hearing from Kneehill Housing. Any other comments or questions at this point? If not, Ms. Von Merbach, if you would like to go on and explain the next little glitch in our life.
Okay, so the Alberta School Fund collects a requisition through municipal taxes to provide Alberta's education system with a sustainable source of revenue to facilitate educational programs for schools across the province. The requisition is calculated based on a set mill rate and allocated based on provincial assessment or equalized assessment. So annually, the county submits an equalized assessment report to the province, which utilizes this assessment to determine the education requisition portion of the tax bill. Each year, the Alberta School Fund issues a statement of intent, which the county uses to set the tax levy rate required to collect the necessary funds from ratepayers. However, discrepancies arose in 2023 as the Alberta School Fund withdrew more funds than indicated in the initial statement of intent. The 2023 statement of intent indicated the county was required to requisition $4,589,607 from ratepayers. However, the 2023 statement of intent failed to consider a substantial assessment amount of $156,526,870, which corresponded to non-residential, non-regulated assessments. Trevor Elliott, Policy Advisor for Municipal Affairs, could not pinpoint the cause of this system error, which led to an understatement in the intended withdrawal, which totaled $5,229,893. Consequently, the county underlevied $640,286 as compared to what was collected by the Alberta School Fund. Effectively, this means that the county is required
Just
to...
before you go past there. I think that as a council, we should be requesting of municipal affairs a more complete accounting for why they made this mistake. Like, for him just to say, I can't pinpoint the cause of this error, I'm sorry, that's not acceptable. And I don't know how the rest of council feels about this, but I'm a little PO'd by this. And I think that just to accept a comment that, sorry, we can't figure it out, that's not adequate. I think we need to send a letter requesting an explanation for why this occurred. As a very minimum, that's what we should be asking. That's a pretty big mistake.
It's a very big mistake.
You know, it's only $156 million plus change. Somehow we overlooked that. To me, that's not acceptable. So I don't know how the rest of council feels, but I'll leave it up to you. Councillor Phobes?
I'd also like to know what that percentage is, because you did that for the requisition funding front. You put it at 268% increase. What's the increase percentage wise for the tax as well? Because that's not on here anywhere. So if you're going to point out one, you got to point out the other as well, please, for my people that are listening.
Through the chair, I can do that. The reason I didn't include it in this case is because this situation's a little bit different than the way the Kneehill housing requisition went up. The circumstances are based on an error and an underlevy, which isn't necessarily a corresponding percentage increase in that, but I could provide those numbers, absolutely.
Well, I see that there's an error on these guys' accounting, so I would like to know that as well. Since we're going to do the same for one, let's do it for both. That's all I'm asking. Thank you.
Anyway, I just, again, soliciting opinion from council, whether we need to ask for more explicit explanation or at some point in time.
And I'm willing to make that motion when it's time.
Okay. All right. I'll make a note here that we're coming back to that one.
So effectively what happened, this means that the county is required to requisition the underlevy of $640,000 in addition to the amount that will be listed in the 2024 statement of intent. We haven't actually received the exact specific statement of intent yet, though the province has distributed a list of the anticipated numbers for those. And the projected 2024 levy is $5,572,896, which represents an increase of $343,000 over the actual 2023 requisition, which means the county needs to collect $6,213,182 in 2024. The impact on ratepayers and potential mitigation options will be identified in the subsequent section of this report. So what I've done at this point is sort of provide council with an overview of what we're facing, and then I've done some calculations and some assessment on how that impacts ratepayers and what council has as options to potentially do something to mitigate that on ratepayers.
So just again for clarification, so at this point in time, we're projecting that the 2024 levy would be you said 5,572,000,
Yes.
which is already an increase over the 229, which was the corrected amount for 23.
Yes.
So what we would be collecting is about 300,000, 340-some thousand above last year, plus we have to collect the portion that the province didn't requisition from us, but just helped themselves to. So that's
640,000.
640, so it's almost $1 million more that we would be requisitioning this year.
It's actually even more than that because we have to bump the levy up by the amount that we should have levied. So the amount is, I don't even have it, it's the 640 twice plus the extra 340. I have it over here, but.
Ooh. So it's like 1.5 million additional that we have to collect this year if we
Yes.
don't somehow mitigate that impact.
That is correct.
Well, you're no fun anymore.
Okay,
I agree. Actually,
Well,
the province is no fun.
yeah. So maybe we want more than a letter. Maybe we want them here too. Well, I don't, Councillor McGee.
I might be speaking too soon because I know you haven't gone through our options and, but, you know, just speaking under all this that you just said, my immediate response is this option is not something I think we should be deciding. I think we should have a ratepayer survey or I think our ratepayer should weigh in on our options.
Question is time, though.
Yeah.
Like we're gonna have to do our tax notices and send out requisition notices along with those. And unfortunately, I don't know that we have time to do that. The province is going to basically be expecting us to pay, they already took the 600 and some thousand, and they're going to be expecting us to pay our 6,200,000 and whatever, anyway, the numbers get big. So they're not gonna be waiting for us to ask ratepayers if they like this or not. They're just going to actually help themselves.
That is correct.
Yeah, and I understand that piece. I just mean the mistake piece is where I would like to see our ratepayer give feedback. And yes, it's not reasonable as far as time to spend it or whatever, but I have a real problem with us being forced into a time crunch of doing something that is going to harm our ratepayers financially without them having a due process of how this has happened and understanding of it. So whether it's that, you know, they don't weigh into how to handle it, but we do need to do some information sharing because this is, I am so uncomfortable with making this decision.
I don't think any of us really like where we're sitting right now. However, as they say, the buck stops here. And so we're gonna have to take some direction from both administration and our finance gurus as to what we end up doing here. So Mr. Hogan, I saw your hand. Perhaps you wanna give us some advice here.
Through Mr. Reeve, you're right. This is not a great situation to be in. We're left trying to fix somebody else's error. One of the things that we wanted to do today by bringing this forward to you was to start that communication piece, to let the council know, to let the public know that there were other impacts that were going to take place in some fashion. We don't know exactly what fashion yet, but in some fashion around the requisitions. And so part of that communication piece is that Kneehill County itself doesn't actually have control over this stuff. Now, council does have some ability to mitigate it depending on what you want to do. Ms. Van Merbach will go through that shortly. We've also talked internally around some of the communication for these items, and depending on where council goes, we do usually include a tax, like an insert on the tax bill when it goes out. Decision or discussion once we go through them.
Okay, any further discussion at this point, or are we gonna let Ms. Von Burback provide us with some alternative options? I think you're cleared to go.
Thank you. So the first thing, I'm going to look at Kneehill housing and what that impact looks like and what options council has for there. And then I will go on to the Alberta School Fund and what options we have. They're similar, but they're a little bit different based on the way that they came to be. So for the Kneehill housing requisition, the average acreage worth $350,000 is expected to see a $40 increase on their tax bill related to Kneehill housing this year. The average hamlet home worth $150,000 is looking to see about a $17 increase. The average farmland quarter section worth $30,000 in assessed value is set to see about a $3.50 increase. And any non-residential properties per $100,000 worth of assessment is set to see about an $11.50 increase on their tax bill. So there's sort of two options that council or that administration has put forward that council could consider. In this case, Kneehill Housing is expecting us to provide them with that $303,000 payment. It wasn't an error, it's an increase in the requisition. That is what it is. We have to provide that to them. One of the options that council could do, because it's such a significant jump in 1 year, is to utilize reserves to fund a portion of the increase this year. So council could choose to take a portion of that increase and say, we're not going to levy that on ratepayers this year. We're going to fund it out of our reserve dollars, potentially revenue stabilization, whatever that looks like, or your contingency reserve, and say, we're going to spread this impact over 2 years for ratepayers. You could also do it over longer. That's up to council how that would look like and what portion of that increase council would choose to absorb this year. When I get through all of this, I have a little template that I can put on the screen too that allows council to kind of scenario plan and say, what if we covered $100,000 of that increase out of reserves? What would that end up looking like on ratepayers? Just so that there's kind of that visual of what those decisions might look like and what that would look like for our reserve balances. The second option with Kneehill Housing is to levy the amount. And to do a really good job of communicating to ratepayers why it's increased this year. So again, that would include likely with the tax insert, possibly a second tax insert, because our tax insert's typically been about the budget, and so potentially administration would look to actually attach something else within tax notices, really explaining what that looks like, in addition to making sure that administrative staff have a good way to answer those questions when they come in when tax notices are mailed. So those are the two options that council is kind of provided from administration on how to deal with the Kneehill requisition, the increase this year. Are there any questions on that before I go to the school fund one? Okay. So for the school fund, we're going to have to levy the 2024 amount and the $640,000 that we didn't levy last year, but the province already collected. So for the average acreage worth $350,000, the total increase from last year to this year is expected to be $284. The amount that's related to the under levy from 2023 is about $113 of that. The average hamlet home worth $150,000 is expected to see about $122 increase. 48 of that is related specifically to that under requisition from 2023. The average farmland quarter section with $30,000 worth of assessment is expected to see about a $24 increase. Of just under $10 of that is related specifically to the under levy from 2023. And per $100,000 worth of non-residential assessment, the increase is looking to be about $103, with about 41 of that related to the under levy. So there's three options with this one that council has. The same two options that exist within Kneehill Housing also apply. So the ability to fund some of that change through reserves and effectively absorb that change through reserve funds rather than pass that along to ratepayers. You can also fully requisition the amount that we're going to need to do to be even in 2024. And again, do a really good job of communicating to ratepayers where this is coming from, that it's not a county council decision, but our council could opt to say $640,000 balance that we've paid to the province that we won't on our tax bills.
So can I ask the question, where did the $640,000 come from that the province just helped themselves to? So where was it sitting that,
They're actually stripped out of the budget. So they're not something that we include in the municipal budget because they're not something that council actually has control over what the amounts are.
it's going to show up as a liability to the ratepayers or something?
It's actually technically an asset to us because we are owed money by somebody else.
Somewhere out of the county's bank account, $640,000 that we weren't anticipating.
That is correct.
The way the province has decided that's the way it's going to happen. And I'm always in favor of funding our schools. Just how this came forward is what we need to discuss and maybe have a loud voice about.
We've put up on the screen, so I tried to give it council a way to visually see how we'll deferred that under levy over 2 years. You'd see a reduction in the average acreage assessment by about $56, the average hamlet home by about $24, the average farmland by about $5, and the average $100,000 in non-residential by about $20. In addition, I can also play with whether we utilized a funding portion of reserves to fund and whatnot. So all of those are kind of, I can in the background as council puts potential options forward and what they might want to direct administration to do. I can kind of allow you to see that total adjusted increase on tax bills.
So the sad but true fact of life is, even if we ate both of those increases, people are going to see very, very substantial increase on their tax bill, requisition side of their tax bill. Like I'm just looking at the average acreage, it's $171. If we ate the missed 640,000 and the 303 from Kneehill housing, well, I guess maybe if we just ate the increase that's there, so the 220. So I guess here's my thought. We have put in place a fund to mitigate impacts on taxpayers from unforeseen circumstance. It's called revenue stabilization.
That is correct.
We are being hammered here with two unforeseen circumstances. Nobody planned for these. Nobody accounted for these in any way, shape, or form. We established that fund for a very specific reason. These are two prime examples of why we established that fund. I don't know how anybody else on council feels about this, but just the increase in the education requisition alone this year, not accounting for the 643 that they've helped themselves to already, if we just allow for the increase that we're going to see this year, the impact's massive on tax bills. So from my point of view, I would be 100% supportive of the fact that we take the two increases that we're dealing with and we mitigate the impact to our taxpayers by using our revenue stabilization fund. To me, that's exactly why it's there, is something like this, a totally unexpected impact that no one planned for, no one could even see coming, and bam, here it is today. We already are anticipating a tax increase and then a massive requisition increase. I can't see how that ever is going to fly anywhere. And so enough said, that's my opinion. I'm open to hearing from the rest of council. Deputy Reeve Woodstock.
I totally agree with the Reeve sentiments. This is something that we're being hit really, really hard. And none of it was to do with any of us. It's really unfortunate that the province can make a mistake and not have to suffer the consequences. I know some of us that have businesses, when we make a mistake, we suffer consequences. But the explanation of, we're not sure why it happened, that doesn't even work with, well, it's never worked with anybody I've ever spoke to. I think we're gonna have to figure out a way to mitigate these huge increases, and like the Reeve has stated, revenue stabilization was there for a reason, and this is a prime example of that reason.
Through the chair, if council were to opt to fund both of those out of reserves, both the increase in the Kneehill housing and in full, and the under levy from 2023, it would require an $310 draw from that reserve. And it would take the average acreage, so with a $350,000 assessment, it would drop the projected increase from $370 down to $217. It would drop the average hamlet home increase from about $158 down to about $93. The average farmland quarter section from an increase of $97 down to $84. And for every $100,000 of non-residential assessment, an increase of $170 down to $119.
Deputy Reeve Woodstock.
I guess as much as I'd like to see a decrease, I mean, this is getting to the point where I don't know if I want to see that much money coming out of revenue stabilization. But on the other hand, these increases are something that are unique, I think, over the years, how we have budgeted, how we have done our taxation. This is unfathomable. I mean, if this continues, I don't know what's gonna happen.
Through the chair, absolutely. And historically, we've not brought requisitions into the budget discussion and as such, because the changes are not typically enough to truly impact ratepayers.
They're reasonable.
Yes.
No longer are they reasonable.
Typically, yes. Yeah.
Mr. Hogan?
To you, Mr. Reeve, I think administratively we do agree with you've put revenue stabilization in place for us for a reason. They would strike that this is an anomaly. The one thing that I would highlight to council is actually regarding the Kneehill housing increase. I would agree that just looking at it without a lot of the background data, that requisition historically has always struck me as low. So to hear that you know, the details behind it, I think it was anticipated that at some point that was going up. One of the things that I would point out is if you follow the strategy of funding that entire increase from reserves, if that is going to be if the yearly amount is going to be around that 300,000, then you're not covering this off as a one-off. You're just moving the hit further down the road. So that is one indication with Kneehill housing. With the education one, because that under levy is a one-off, you can choose to take care of that as a one-hit.
We're hoping.
You're hoping, yeah, and it's done. And of course, as per the discussion, the increase that occurred with is still going to be a hit, right? Yeah. But that is the only caution that I'd give around the strategy, is that if you choose to buffer the entire increase from Kneehill housing, you're going to have to deal with that entire increase in budget 2025 in some way, likely.
Well, I guess part of the rationale behind the reasoning for my suggestion is when I looked at the revenue stabilization reserve, the ending balance in 2023 was $7,600,000 and change. And so I felt there was sufficient money in that reserve to handle this type of approach. And secondly, the reason I pushed the Kneehill housing requisition hit into next year is I'm hoping that we don't get the magnitude of a punch from education that we are seeing this year. And so we're kind of softening the blow. I recognize that next year they are going to have to pay that additional 40 on an acreage, 17 on an average hamlet home, $3.50 on a quarter, and non-res will pay $11.61. But at least it's not piling on effect. Like right now, if we add that back in, we're going to push that increase on the requisition side alone to basically $260, $270 for our average acreage residential. To me, that's a massive, massive hit. And so if we could anticipate, and we can't because who knows what the province is going to do, but assume that we're not going to have that magnitude of an increase next year on the education side, at least that softens the blow this year, knowing that next year we're going to have to ask. That's a big, big hit. And I'm sorry, I don't support, we have to push it on, Kneehill housing has to be pushed on to them next year, but at least we are trying to keep this in some semblance of rational thought here. So anyway, Councillor McGee, go ahead.
Sorry, I often ask dumb questions because I try to think really creatively and out of the box, and this might be a foolish thing. Do we have to do the same thing for each item? So can we have our fund cover the acreages and the homes, but when it comes to the farmland and the non-residential, we still requisition, put that on as a requisition, or does everyone have to have the same answer?
Through the chair, I believe we've typically listed it as 1 mill rate, and I believe that's because we have to list it as 1 mill rate for those. So we're required to levy every property based on their assessment, based on the same rate.
So if we tried to do an offside like that where we just pushed it onto 1, it takes us out of our ratio then. Would that be correct? No?
It would not affect the ratio, no, but I think it's outside of what we're permitted to do with how we requisition those amounts.
Okay.
It would involve municipal affairs coming down and having a little bit of a talk with us.
Oh, darn. We made a mistake.
Then we could ask some questions.
Was that a little sarcasm?
No. Sorry. So just to continue on this stupid line, sorry, not stupid, but creative, weird way of looking at things. What if we decide we still have it show up on the requisition amount shows up on their bill, but then we have another line that shows a grant through stabilization to that individual resident that offsets it. So let's say their bill is the 152. We charge it, but then we also show a credit of 152.
Through the chair, I'd have to talk with our taxation department and see whether it's feasible to actually put that within our bills. If it wasn't feasible to actually put on the bills themselves, we could certainly ensure that we have
The tax inserts are fully within our control, so that is something that we could explain there.
Other comments, discussion, questions?
Sorry. I guess where my thought process is the requisition funding for housing, we should just, in my opinion, let's just rip the Band-Aid off for that, because next year it's going to be that, and maybe we do some subsidizing for the education part of it.
Direction from council, so take a recess for lunch, which would allow us some time to, but Okay, it is 12:47, and I am going to call the March 26th regular council meeting back to order. So we're back to 6.2, 2024 requisitions and ratepayer impacts. So we left our discussion regarding mitigation of the education tax requisition and the missed requisition from last year, and the change in requisition from Kneehill Housing. And so we're still looking to give direction to administration as council in terms of the direction we would like to go. So again, I have expressed my opinion, and I'm looking forward to hearing from the rest of the council. Now that you've had time to contemplate. Councillor Christie.
I guess for me, I would take the school requisition and half of Kneehill housing out of revenue stabilization to move it kind of 50-50, and hopefully that the school requisition is a one-time event.
Doubling up on the 640 in terms of what we're trying to deal with here, plus an anticipated 340 approximately increase in the 2024.
That is correct.
So when I was speaking earlier, I was just referring to the 220 increase in the requisition from Kneehill Housing. So we would still take the previous requisitioned amount from last year, and the 640 that was kind of just withdrawn from our account by the province. And that's the portion I was looking at as far as mitigation was concerned. So it'd be about, like we said earlier, 880 or 860 some thousand.
Yeah, I've actually, so I've taken my little template, and then I've built out the hard numbers of where things have shifted. Actually.
So it was 860 then I was.
Yeah, so the full mitigation, with no mitigation measures, this is your impact on ratepayers. With scenario one, funding the full housing increase this year, deferring it to next year, and funding the full under levy, you're looking at a $860,000 draw, and these impacts on ratepayers, and these reductions on impacts on ratepayers. And then the second scenario is fund the full under levy with no portion of the housing requisition covered. And again, so that would be a $640,000 draw from reserves, and then these impacts. And then scenario three is fund half of that housing increase and all of the under levy and what those impacts would be. So I'm just, as council's putting scenarios out, I'm kind of copying them over so that you can see the different versions of options that are on the table.
So when you say, sorry.
Deputy Reeve?
So when you say the under levy, that would be the 640,000?
Yes, the 640,000 that was not levied in 2023, but was collected by the province.
Okay, and so scenario one would include the 983,000 for this year?
Yes, you would still be levying that increase.
Okay, but we wouldn't be putting the, I'm trying to find the number here, 303,000?
That would still be a levy. So we would be effectively.
Oh, right, fund full housing, sorry.
Yeah, if we fund the full housing amount, then the levy for 2024 would basically equal the levy that the province is going to tell us to levy, which is the 640 plus the 300,000 over last year, but doesn't include the under from last year.
So in scenario one, they're still going to see a housing levy because we're going to be levying the 89,000, approximately the same number as we did last year. And they're still going to see an increase in their school requisition tax because of the 640 that was added and the 343 that we're anticipating. So approximately $1 million change in the school requisition from last year.
That is correct.
So basically what we're covering in scenario one would be the under levy that they took and the 220 increase in Kneehill housing.
Yes.
In the second one,
303, isn't it?
no, because remember, in the Kneehill housing, the 303 includes the 83,000 from last year. So it's just a $220,000 increase.
Okay.
So in scenario one, we're just dealing with the 220 and the 640. In scenario two, we're dealing with the 640 by itself, nothing for Kneehill housing. In scenario three, we're dealing with the 640 and then half of the 220, so it would be 110 approximately.
Yes.
So if we did nothing, it's 369. If we mitigated the two, it's 217. If we mitigated just the one, it's 256. And if we mitigated one plus a half, it's 237. So it's still a pretty major change in terms of requisition. And we haven't even talked about change on the tax side.
Actually, those numbers do include the taxation amount. For this purpose of council understanding the full impact, I've actually added the projected tax increase into these numbers.
Okay, so those numbers that, as you carry those scenarios out, does include the tax, proposed
Yes,
tax.
it's the total projected impact for those ratepayer tax bills, like their bottom line impact.
Okay. Still, it's pretty big.
Yes.
Okay, anybody else care to weigh in?
I'll just weigh in.
Councilor Benner, yes.
Like the deputy said, revenue stabilization fund is there for these one-off things or things that fall in our lap that we didn't see happen. So I'm 100% for sure for the under levy. Hope it never happens again. And I'd still like to have them come forward and say maybe why it happened. Just having an issue with the Kneehill housing, it's going to happen going forward, the 303. Do we do it all or just half? I'm not saying, yeah, okay, I'll think about it here.
Mr. Hogan.
Through you, Mr. Reeve, just maybe this will aid council, is I think everything we've heard in the discussion so far, because you're at a core decision, council can choose to try to mitigate some of the impact or just let the impact happen. All the discussion so far has been about mitigating the impact. So I think is it safe to say that council is looking to mitigate the impact in some way? Everything we've heard is towards that end. You do have the ability to break this down into chunks too. And what I mean by that is, I'll put out there to you everything that I've heard council discuss so far around the under levy for the education tax has you guys mitigating that out of revenue stabilization reserve. So I think I'd offer this to you is that everything that we've heard and that you've been talking about is using revenue stabilization to mitigate that under levy of 640,000. So if and I'm seeing heads nod now, if council has a general consensus on that, you can almost put a check beside that and move it to the side. And that might help you discuss just the remaining part, which is that Kneehill housing, knowing that you've kind of already made a decision on that one part of it. And it doesn't have to be a formal decision right now, but it will allow you to break the conversation maybe up to a bit smaller, where you're talking just about the Kneehill one. Because I think sitting here, it sounds like you've got general or good consensus around the under levy on the education side.
So can you?
So that's basically scenario 2 then.
Can you just move it back this? Great, Thank you.
Because scenario two, we're funding the under levy, but we're not funding any portion of the housing requisition, so now we can determine how much we want to subsidize that? Is that where?
That's correct. Yep.
Yeah, so what you'd generally say is that we're gonna look to the revenue stabilization for the 64282, and the Kneehill housing mitigation is to be determined.
So scenario number 3, again, we're funding the whole cost of the under levy, but we're funding half of the cost of the Kneehill housing increase, which is what, the 220? Or
No,
two?
it's 110.
Okay, so, all right, the total is 220, so it's 110.
Yeah, so if you look at 1 and 3, it's basically 1 has the 220 in it, 3 has 110 in it.
Okay.
So if I may, Mr. Reed,
Go ahead, Mr. Hogan.
if you've put the education side and made sort of an informal decision on that, which you'll formalize a bit later, but then really you come down to the base question of, do you want to mitigate the Kneehill housing change or not? Because if the answer is we don't want to mitigate it, it's just going to be what it is, then you've made a decision, and that's scenario 2, right? If you do want to mitigate it, then you have the determination of to what extent, in part or in full.
So, yeah, okay, so if we mitigate it in
You
full,
have to use your microphone, please.
sorry, so if we mitigate it in full, the impact would be 217. If we mitigate half of it, it'd be 237.
I guess I go back to my original point, and I'm just going to say it one last time, and then I'm going to be quiet, is I see this as even $217 on the average tax bill. That's enormous in a single year increase for our average. $84 on a farmland quarter is going to get a lot of attention. Hamlet home, $93, that's hurtful to those people. So, you know, my original argument is I think we need to use the revenue stabilization just to kind of buffer this. And I know they're gonna get that hit on Kneehill housing next year, but this is a massive piece of tax increase. I can't see us doing that. I just really can't see us doing that. So. And I guess the other thing I'll say is I'm hopeful that next year with some of the new assessment coming into our rolls, hopefully, since we've been promised that the tax holiday was going to go away, that might help us, again, give us room to play. Maybe, maybe not. I don't know, but certainly I can't see us doing. Anyway, I said I'd be quiet, so now I'm going to be quiet. Councilor McGee.
Thanks for not being quiet, because I didn't think of the tax holiday, and that is a factor in my thinking. Yeah, and I agree. We already passed a budget based on.
The other piece is you go back across your spreadsheet here, Ms. Von Merbeck, where it shows the tax increases that we are taking this year. Mm-hmm. We might be able to mitigate that piece next year and not have to take that kind of an increase, which would then allow that Kneehill housing requisition to not have as much impact as it potentially would have in this year. And so that's the thinking process for me. So, Councillor Cunningham.
So you know me, I'm usually the fiscally grouchy one here, but I think what everybody said, it all comes down to, this isn't a fact that we've overspent or we've, you know, bought a Lincoln when we can only afford a horse or something. But anyhow, this is what we're dealing with. And every time that tax holiday thing comes up, it burns my behind because I drive around this county lot and I see all the new oil and gas activity that's happening, and to know, and for our people to know that we are not getting a cent of tax from that is, I can't, there's no words for it actually. So I guess what we're doing in a way with this is we're gonna help our ratepayers with a bit of a tax, not holiday, but I'm with you, Reeve. I look at this and I do really look at the people in the hamlets, and that's a huge hit for somebody. I can speak for myself as an acreage owner, 2 acreages. That's a substantial increase. And like we said, it's not just us, it's everywhere we turn. It's groceries, it's gas, it's carbon tax, it's one thing after another. So as much as I hate to use that money, I think when I've heard Deputy Reeve Woodstock talk about what it was made for and why it was established, I can get behind that this is a good use of the money for this time.
Councillor McGee.
I want to add, though, my suggestion is with the expectation that we do a really loud publication, whether it's a news release, press release, those, like, I want us to hit the information out hard and fast.
I think the commitment that I've heard from administration side anyway is that the communication of the messaging would be try to be as clear as possible, try to be as loud and frequent as required, but part of the job that we're going to have too is to help our ratepayers understand this whole process and what we're trying to deal with here. That's part of our job as well. So none of us like what we see in front of us, for sure. So are we at a point where we're prepared to make some decisions, or are we still looking for more discussion or conversation? I don't want to rush this decision because I know it's a big one, but I
thought this, the recommended motion was to accept for information. Or are we making a decision on this now?
Okay, I'll get clarification. So I know that initially in the RFD, this was supposed to be just an information piece, but certainly we can make decisions based off the information that's in front of us today. And so there's, I guess my thought is if as council we're convinced the direction that we've outlined is the direction that we'd like to go, then for the sake of administration, I guess I'm saying we should probably put that into direction. And so, Mr. Hogan, if you want to help with this conversation.
Through Mr. Reeve, Carolyn is just in the process of writing a motion for your review.
Okay.
It'll be up on screen momentarily.
Okay.
And I guess the question that I would have before we do that is, do we want to make 2 motions? One to deal with the under levy from education, just to clarify what we're dealing with, and then the other to deal with the increase in requisition from Kneehill housing. And again, that's just clarity in terms of communication and direction from council. So that's the question I would ask. Would that be okay, Mr. Hogan?
Through Mr. Reeve, we'd have to, the motion that I just handed Carolyn, we'd have to amend that a bit. So I'd put it into one. The intent of what you're doing here today is because we still have to bring back the tax rate bylaw. There's some discussion on mill rates and how assessment impacts that you're going to see over the next month here. And so the way we've worded the motion is just that you're directing us to incorporate a full mitigation of those requisition increases we talked about today into those future discussions. So we can amend that as council needs, like if you want to say to mitigate to break them up, so because it does provide more clarity for the public. If you're saying we're mitigating the entire increase from Kneehill housing and we're mitigating the under levy from Alberta, from the province, we can split that very easily. At the end of the day, though, what you're directing us to do is to tie these into, the future discussions that are going to take place. So that's the way we've worded it, is you're not putting a 100% stamp on this today, but you're telling us to prepare the mill rate discussions based on doing this.
Go ahead, Councillor McGee.
I still would like two separate motions. If I were to make the motion, I'm willing to make either one of those, but I just, for the clarity, because they each have a different backstory, I think it would be helpful.
Yeah, and I think that, in my mind, when we approve that draw to go towards those requisitions, I would like to see the motion read something about mitigation of the tax impacts for the 2024 tax year. So it's specific to this tax year, right?
What's that? No, it's a good question. Yeah, because I did see that.
Yeah,
Yeah, because you know, and I also have the letter to municipal affairs on that sheet.
Yeah.
So we'll just wait while we, so question for you, Mr. Hogan. Because these are both requisitions, neither of them have impact on taxation mill rate.
No.
And so when we talk about including them in the mill rate discussion, is that because both these requisitions disappear in our mill rate, or are they separate items on our tax?
So through Mr. Reeve, is on the tax notice, they are listed as requisitions, and they do have a mill rate attached to them. So there will be, like we've been talking about, an impact on the end taxpayer, but they won't affect the municipal. The municipal tax rate won't be impacted by them because they are a separate requisition.
Okay. All right. I think we're all pretty clear about what we're discussing here.
Yeah, and to carry on, Mr. One of the reasons for doing it this way is that when you do see, when we do bring those mill rate discussions to you, you do have the option to still make tweaks and things like that as we prepare the bylaw.
Deputy Reeve Whitstock.
So the policing is not a requisition?
No.
Through you, Mr. Reeve, the province, or specifically municipal affairs, is very clear that it is not. So they have had, let's call them discussions with municipalities who have listed that as a requisition. However, they do acknowledge that they have no power to stop us from identifying that that is a cost imposed on us by the province in something like a tax insert.
Oh, good to know. Let's bury it someplace and not, yeah, okay.
Provincial pickpocket levy or something? That might come back, yes. Okay.
hyphenated, best of both worlds.
Yeah, and then they'll still pick it out on you. Okay, so we have a sense of the direction that we're going, and what we're asking of administration. Does someone care to make the motion regarding the Kneehill housing requisition amount? Councillor McGee?
I move that council direct administration to incorporate full mitigation of the Kneehill housing requisition increase in the amount of $220,000 excuse me, you know what I mean, as written, in the 2024 mill rate discussion.
Okay, so we have a motion that we direct administration to incorporate full mitigation of the Kneehill Housing Corporation, Kneehill Housing requisition in the amount of $220,024 in the 2024 mill rate discussion. There's just too many twos and fours in there. Okay, so we understand what we're doing is we still will be levying on behalf of Kneehill Housing, but at the same rate as what we did last year, and that we're mitigating the requisition increase. So everybody's clear on that? We ready for the question? All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Thank you. So there was one other motion with regard to the Alberta School Fund requisition. Somebody care to make that motion? Deputy Reeve Woodstock.
I would like to move that council direct administration to incorporate full mitigation of the Alberta School Tax Fund requisition under levy in the amount of $640,286 in the 2024 mill rate discussion.
And just for clarification, would it suit to say that 2023 under levy? So we identify it to the year. Just a question, because it's specific to the 2023 year that we're mitigating, so. There we go. So Deputy Wetstock, would you be amenable to that change?
Yes, that would be a friendly amendment.
Okay, thank you. So the motion that's in front of us is that we direct administration to incorporate full mitigation of the Alberta School Fund 2023 requisition under levy in the amount of $640,286 in the 2024 mill rate discussion. We're clear? Everyone's clear? All right, I'm going to ask the question. All those in favor? And that is also carried unanimously. There's one other item, and I guess I'm going to follow up with earlier discussion regarding, do we want to send a letter to Municipal Affairs asking for a accounting of the mistake and asking them to explain how they could overlook a significant but small amount of $156,526,087. To me, that just seems to be kind of crazy. And to just say, well, we don't know what happened. I don't think that's fair. To request from Municipal Affairs an explanation on the significant under levy in 2023 on the school, what is that stuff called? Alberta School Fund requisition. Didn't you hear me? Request from Alberta Municipal Affairs an explanation on the
Assessment amount?
significant error in assessment in the 2023 calculation of the Alberta School Fund requisition. That's just me spitballing as we go here, so. Does that make sense to everyone?
Who's Jason Cooper?
So would someone care to make that motion? Councillor Cunningham?
I'll move the Council Direct Administration to request from Alberta Municipal Affairs an explanation on the significant error in assessment in the 2023 calculation of the Alberta School Fund requisition.
Okay, thank you. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Thank you. I guess one other motion that we would need is that we accept the 2024 Requisitions and Ratepayers Impacts Report for information. Mr. Hogan?
Through Mr. Reeve, I don't think we require
So
that
at this
motion.
point, we wouldn't need that motion?
Yeah, because you've made two other motions related to an outcome of this item.
Okay. All right. Good. See? That was easy. Other than to say thank you, and thank you, Ms. Von Merbach. We very much appreciate you being here today and helping us wade through this. And I know it probably wasn't your first choice of things to do today, but as Reeve and as council, we are very pleased that you brought it to us, and we're very happy that you helped us walk through it. So although maybe it's not a fun thing, we still appreciate it, so just so you know.
Thank you. I actually always appreciate being able to inform council and provide advice and explanations and understanding on these things. So I'm glad that it was received as it was. Thank you.
Well, we could scream and yell, but what good would it do, right? So thanks again and appreciate your time here today.
Thank you.
So, moving on in our agenda to something much more difficult. 7.1, Trochu Flower Baking and Photography Show sponsorship.
I always get to bring you guys the great agenda items.
So, Ms. Vanderkool, anytime you're ready.
Perfect. So thank you, council. I bring you today the Trochu Flower Baking and Photography Show sponsorship request for decision. The deadline for the Kneehill Community Grant was on Wednesday, March 6, 2024. Among the applications received was one from the Trochu Arboretum. Upon careful review, administration determined that the Trochu Arboretum's application did not meet the eligibility requirements for the Kneehill Community Grant. Our community grant primarily supports projects involving capital expenditures, whereas the Trochu Arboretum's application appears to focus more on operational aspects. Upon further examination, we found that the Trochu's Arboretum project would be better suited for our community enrichment support program. And I've put the policy on each of your desks. I forgot to add it to the agenda package. This program used to be called the Recreation, Community Arts and Cultural Events. This program specifically aims to assist with operating expenses associated with hosting events, aligning more closely with the nature of the Trochu Arboretum's proposal. The committee is requesting funding in the amount of $1,122 to support their event. They have already secured $1,123 from various sources, including cash and other funding avenues. You can see a more detailed breakdown of their budget on page 102 and 103 of our package. When we look at the financial implications of this request, Kneehill County has budgeted $6,000 for the Community Enrichment Support Program, and we have utilized $250 from this funding stream already, which leaves us a remaining balance of $5,750. If council approves this request, we would still have $4,628 left for other projects. I'd like to also note as well that Kneehill County's Economic Development Department is currently working with the Trochu Arboretum on creating an event at the Trochu Arboretum for Alberta Open Farm Days being held on Saturday, August 17th, and we'll bring you further information on this project at a future council meeting. This flower baking and photography show event competitive piece will take place the day before on.
So just so we know, we wouldn't be supporting the Arboretum. The Arboretum is supporting Open Farm Days.
Okay, thank you for that clarity. Any other comments or questions, discussion? If there are nothing, then I would ask what's the wish of council? We have the request. Councillor Christie?
I'd make the motion that we provide Trochu and District Arboretum Society sponsorship in the amount of $1,122 to assist in the cost associated with hosting the Trochu flower baking and photography.
Just a comment, my late mother-in-law would be smiling about this, to know that this event is still happening, because I'm not sure if we have an actual date, but it's a great way of our people showing what they can do when they get together and put something on, so thanks for that.
All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Thank you very much. When concerns from the Kneehill County delegation that was here in council earlier today. Okay, thank you. Are there any questions or comments from council? Councilor Penner.
Just a quick comment. I want to thank this group for coming in. It was very well put together. And I didn't mind going over time a little bit because this was a lot of thought and preparation went into this presentation today. So
it wasn't as much meat to this conference as maybe some of the ones in the past, but certainly the conversations with other councillors and other reeves and from different jurisdictions, always helpful and productive for me. So, and it was kind of fun to see Mr. Gannon headed off to an Oilers game. If there's no other comments, if no one else cares to weigh in, would someone care to make a motion to receive the council and committee reports as presented? Councillor Christie.
So moved.
Thank you for that. So we have a motion to receive for information the council and committee reports as presented. All those in favor? And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. We're on to item 10, which is council follow-up action list. And are there any questions or comments regarding the follow-up action list? I'm not seeing any. I'll give you a chance to go through. If there are no comments, would someone care to make a motion? Deputy Reeve Whitsock.
Okay, I would move that we receive council action items for information as presented.
Okay, thank you for that. So we have a motion to receive for information the council follow-up action list as presented. And we're giving administration a free pass today, so they're probably thankful for that. So all those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Thank you. So the only other item of business on our agenda today is a closed session item, third-party business interests under section 16. And so I would entertain a motion to go into closed session at this time. Councillor Penner.
I'll make the motion that we go into closed session under section 16.
Okay, so we have a motion to go into closed session, section 16, third-party business interests. All those in favor? And that's carried unanimously. be long.